근데 좀 아쉬운 게 1시드자가 꿀을 빨아야 되는데 올라온 명단 보니까 2시드자, 3시드자, 4시드자 다 꿀 빨 수 있겠더라고요.
목도 있고 쫀 쿠키도 있고 먹태도 있고 조기구이도 있고.
제가 저녁밥에 먹어가지고 살짝
네.
디저트 쪽으로 가고 싶어요.
디저트
아,
쪽으로.
쫀득한 거 좋아하시는구나.
뽑아줬으면 좋겠습니다.
야!
저는 짭제 선수가 더 편할 것 같아요.
이야.
웃음을 왜 웃음을 못 참죠?
맛있는 디저트가 애교도 부리네요.
이야.
아니 짭제 선수가 예전에 ASL에서 저한테 한번 졌었는데 상대전적 2대0 만들어주겠습니다. 뽑아.
아, 이거는 거의 확정입니다. 자, 윤철 선수가 A 그룹 쪽으로 가게 됩니다.
박상현 선수 뭐 분석 일주일 전부터 이미 하고 있었기 때문에
이야.
확실하게 제가 담궈드리겠습니다.
이야.
분석을 제대로 했으면 못 이긴다는 거 알 텐데 분석 잘못한 것 같아요.
자, 그럼 이어서 B 그룹으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
둘 중에 하나를 선택하려고 하고
누구?
있는데 우승자의 권한을
어.
어떻게 쓸지 좀 궁금해가지고
기석이 형은 무조건 데려올 거예요.
이야.
바뀔 것까지 머릿속으로 생각하면
네.
사실 복잡합니다. 조기석.
야, 이거 데려왔어요.
아 조기석을
오.
어차피 바뀌더라도.
야, 그럼 이어서 그룹 A로 가겠습니다.
제가 원하던 선수가 안 뽑혀가지고
이야.
조일장 선수.
제가 이번에 수철이 좀 뽀록으로 이겨가지고 다시 한 번 만나면 좀 질 것 같아서 무서운데 뽑아주면 좋겠습니다.
만약에 제가 조일장 선수를 지명한다면은 혹시 어떤 종족을 뽑을 생각? 그냥 애매하게 최우선 같은 테란 데려오는데 조일장 선수가 다른 쪽으로 갈 수 있거든요.
강한 테란 뽑지 않을까요?
오.
알겠습니다. 정했습니다.
저 진짜
조일장입니다.
조일장이야.
아 조일장.
예, 승부를 좀 걸었습니다 지금요.
서로 얘기가 된 줄 알았는데
어.
와서 들어보니까 아예 딴 마음이더라고요. 진짜 머리가 좀 많이 아프네요 지금.
윤수철이 지금 기속마루. 지금 거의 붙었어요. 조일장 선수, 윤수철 선수 뭐라고 얘기했어요?
형이 살려면
어.
영호 형 뽑아야 돼.
근데 수철이 형이 왜 무슨 권한으로 일장 형한테
어.
이렇게 조언하고 뭐 그런지 이해가 안 가요. 아무런 권한도 없고. 근데 저는 일장 형을 행복하게 해줄 권한이 있어요. 그 호선이 형 데리고 오신 다음에 가고 싶은 자리 생각하시고 있으면 돼요. 일장 형이 이제 영호 형을 뽑는다? 그러면 이제 권한은 제조에는 안 쓸 거예요. 영호 형이랑 정면 승부 하셔야 됩니다. 그런 사고 아니면 영호 형 뽑지 마세요.
같이 죽자 나왔어요. 지금
예.
진짜 그렇게 할 수 있거든요.
그래서 계속 지금 거의 못 쓸것 같은데요. 결국 조일장 선수가 선택할 선수는 최우석.
윤수철.
대내 실패.
아니요 괜히 뽑았다.
확실히 뭐 우승 안 된 이유가 있다고 생각을 하고
어.
네, 좀 좋은 선택 해주시길 부탁드립니다.
D그룹까지 선택이 모두 끝났고 박상현 선수 손에 지금 들어있는 상황인데요. 박상현 선수는 뭐 벌써 지금 계산 다 끝났습니까?
네, 마음 정했습니다.
우승자만이 할 수 있는 대진 변경권 바로 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
아 계획대로.
똑같이 이야기 한 대로 하네 박상현
이야기
선수는요.
한 대로.
조일장 선수가 지금 B그룹으로 가게 됐습니다. 윤수철과 조기석과 그 최우선이 만나게 되면서 최종 선택이 마무리가 됐습니다.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Group A here in the round of 16. So excited to be back doing ASL. We had a little bit of a break with the group selections, but now we are back, and it's going to be so good, Artosis.
It is going to be an excellent round of 16. Those groups are just crazy. Of course, everyone's waiting for Group C, which is absolutely the strongest group we've basically ever seen. And yeah, even this group, I think, is going to be a lot of fun here, Tasteless.
Yeah, so tonight we've got Soma, Tulbo, Sharp, and sSak. Tomorrow it'll be Snow, Oregon, Hero, and Rain. Obviously very exciting that Oregon actually got into this phase of the tournament. Crazy run he's had so far. Group C is insane. Bisu, Ample, JD, and Flash. And of course the 4 TVT group. It's going to be Group D.
Yeah.
Everybody's going nuts about the Flash group. I think the tickets have already sold out. I have so many people asking me if I can get them in for free. The answer is I cannot. This is going to be one of the most sought after studio days. How do I say this? A day to show up to the studio ever in esports in the country.
Yes,
So,
it's crazy. That's. I mean, that you can't make a more epic, legendary day than that one. So, yeah. So yeah, looking at today, Tasteless, I'll tell you what. Okay, Tobo, I haven't really liked his play, but I watched the group selection ceremony. If you guys haven't seen it, Ziggy did a great job. And that guy is so funny and so likable. He is now like my favorite Protoss player. Like I want Tulbo to advance here today. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that this group is a bit too tough for him. But yeah, it's awesome watching him and getting to watch all the different pros like show their different personalities.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best parts of the group selection. It's a great way to make this into a little bit of a drama. And, you know, a lot of times, some of these players, they don't have, much screen time at all. Maybe they're streaming all the time, but they don't have a big following. You know, I mean, not everybody is a massive streamer that's also able to qualify for the ASL. But I think the group selection really does allow some players to highlight those personalities and maybe draw new fans back into their streams, which is great as well. But I think you're probably right, Artosis. I think Tulbo, very unlikely to be advancing here today. I mean, we are going to be shaking out basically the rest of the weak hands, the weaker players in the round of 16. But we could have some surprises. We've already had some so far here in this season of ASL.
Yeah, it is realistic that something could happen with that. So anyways, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a very fun group. In fact, I think there's more potential for upset in this group than most of the groups. You never know, like a best of one. Maybe Tobo has some sick build for Soma. I think Sharp and sSak can both be very dangerous players. I actually feel like the most one-sided match is Soma versus Sharp, just stylistically speaking. I don't think it's very good. But anyways, on to the interview.
Hello and welcome to the opening day of the round of 16 here at ASL Season 21, done in partnership with Google Play. With a chaotic round of 24 filled with results that went beyond anyone's wildest dreams, we are now on the precipice of the round of 16. Will we see the upsets continue? Let's have a word with our players ahead of the opening day of the round of 16. Hello. Hello. First up, defending champion Soma. Hi. Hi. With your mighty privilege to swap a player, you have created a prime group for yourself. And in the first match, you will face off against Tobo, this piece of dessert, as you called him. Did anything change as you practiced? Does this group seem even easier than you thought? Or maybe will it be more difficult? I knew I would beat Tobo even before I started practicing. And as I practiced, I became fully convinced. Now sSak plays really well nowadays. He might prove a bit of a surprise. Now this is a follow-up question I was eager to ask. You beat Protoss last season in the round of 8, round of 4, the finals, with great force. You're really strong against Terran as well. If you were to pick a surprise rival today, you're saying it would be sSak. Yeah, he has a playstyle that is demanding to play against, but I think I'll win still. You're saying you'll land safely in the round of 8 as many people expect you to. Yes, got it. The player we'll meet next is someone I'm very curious to hear how he's adapting to this round of 16 atmosphere. It's Tobo. Hi. Hi, good to be here. How does the air taste here in the round of 16 on your first time? Honestly, it doesn't feel that different from the round of 24. You left a remark saying this round of 16 seems doable. I'd like to hear what made you feel this way overall. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat, please? Tolbo really is carefree today. Tolbo, you said Group A is doable. What made you say this group is doable? Honestly, seeing this group, after that opening PVZ, there's 2 winnable Terrans left. And so I think I can make it here, honestly. Soma can prove demanding, but because the 2 Terrans are winnable, Tobo says this group A is not all too bad. Let's now talk to Sharp then. Hi. Hi. You were very active this group selection ceremony with a sparkle in your eye. You were originally in Group B, but in the end, you came to Group A to play in the round of 16 here. How do you feel? I am super excited to play. Now, these guys, these two minus Tulbo, they're really good. It'll be fun. Sharp is really going out of his way to exclude Tulbo, saying these two play well. He's starting the mind games really early. You saying you're excited gets me excited. In past interviews, you've said that results follow whenever you enjoy yourself. I'm sure that today you're looking to enjoy playing as well. Though I've not been doing so well online recently, I'll use today as a chance to improve. Sharp is looking quite confident today. Lastly, let's also talk to SAK. During the group selection ceremony, Tobo was teasing you, calling you a middle-of-the-road Terran. And he's once again going for a bold assessment, saying you're a doable opponent. But you, SAK, you're in a role. You've recently won an online tournament. Hearing this must rub you the wrong way. Honestly, though, before coming here today, I did consider Tobo to be demanding. Until today? Yes, until today. But hearing this interview, I think he'll be getting off work early today. I'll have good games against the remaining Soma and Sharp and try to advance. What about this interview made you get this impression? Whenever we play online and he runs his mouth like that with a grin on his face, he always loses. It feels like that today too. He'll clock out right on time. The overexcited Tobo might be facing quick elimination today, is what SAK is saying. Now, SAK, I have a feeling you'll find it difficult to approach today's games with an enjoyable mindset, as results are a priority. Do you remember the last time you made the round of 8? No, it's been so long I don't remember. Well, let me tell you, it was Season 3 in 2017. You last advanced to the quarterfinals 9 years ago. With a wave of momentum you're all riding right now, if you don't get past this blockage now, you never know when the next opportunity might come. The games go well nowadays, so I feel confident. I'll make sure to advance today. Got it. I'd like to talk to our players a little more. Tulbo, you said to Soma that you finished analyzing him. I'm curious as to what sort of analysis you conducted. May I inquire as to the results? What are his strong points, his weaknesses? Soma is quite strong in the early to mid game, but then mid to late he's a bit weak. So if I take advantage of that, what are you laughing at? Yes, Soma, why are you laughing? Let me ask you this question. Why are you laughing? Okay, I promise. I'll drag this out to the late game then. It would be nice if it went to the late game, he says. Let's see who's weak in the late game, says Soma. I'm so looking forward to this first match between you guys. And there also seems to be some bad blood between Tobo and SAK as they keep taunting one another. It makes for such an entertaining storyline. Would you like to address each other? Well, for starters, SAK doesn't have to worry about playing Soma. The only chances of advancing here would be to take down me and Sharp, and then this group SAK is like the easiest Terran, so I'll make sure to win. SAK, this must be giving you a headache. Well, it's because he's so laughable. We won't even have to play each other today. So just enjoy this and go home, Tobo. It's a very interesting Group A we have on our hands here. There's one thing I would like to ask Sharp as well, and that is, with both round of 16 last season ending in elimination for you, dropping 0-3 in maps both times, it makes me think that this stage of the tournament is especially burdensome for you. Now, you do have an over 60% win rate in TVT in the ASL, so there should be someone you could take down with ease today. What do you think about you and SAK? Oh, I'm not thinking this way. And he's had a championship run off of TVT as well. I've had to come fully prepared today. Sharp sounds like he has some builds up his sleeve. This is a fun Group A to look forward to. Let's close things out with some final remarks from our 4 players. Tobo, I'll make a miracle happen. Can't wait. Soma,
기대하겠습니다.
I'll show you
네,
why I'm the
조기석
reigning
선수.
champion. Looking forward to it. Sharp. I'll play without regrets
좋습니다.
and
마지막
show you
최우선
entertaining
선수.
games.
오늘 수철을 안고 같이
Good.
올라가도록
And lastly,
하겠습니다.
Sak.
기대하겠습니다.
I hope
인터뷰
both
감사합니다.
myself and Tobo
고맙습니다.
advance today. Can't wait. Thanks for the interview.
네,
Thank
구글
you.
플레이와 함께하는 ASL 시즌 21
You're watching Group A of the round of 16 here at ASL Season 21, done in partnership with Google Play. Who will move on to the quarterfinals this season? Let's start the matches and find out.
Okay, this is it. We're about to hop into our matches here. I think this is a group that probably didn't get much thought from a lot of the fans. I think compared to the other groups here, I think people look at a group like this and they think probably Soma gets out first, and then maybe the most interesting aspect of this group is who would get out second.
Yeah.
Would it be Sharp? I think most people would say yeah, but like I think Tulbo or SOOP certainly could do it.
Yeah.
But I actually think there's going to be a lot of fun games here in this group tonight.
I do too. I think it's tighter contested than it might look, because I think, people that just watch ASL, they're going to look at Soma and Sharp and be like, well, I mean, these guys are another level. But SOOP is historically underrated. He's really strong. Tulbo's coming up right now. He's got momentum behind him. It's going to be a fun group no matter what.
Soma right now looking to be maybe the strongest Zerg in the entire tournament. Super modern, very tactical in how he approaches the game, really able to kind of, I think, make the game hard to read for the other player in a way that I think even Sulky isn't quite able to do that. I mean, Sulky's good in a very different way as a Zerg player, but I mean, Soma's looking very strong, and I think a lot of these seasons we've seen, I mean, this guy really could be the Zerg that's going to take the whole thing.
Yeah. Soma is probably the best Zerg in the entire world right now. Honestly, I think Jaedong is right up next to him right at this moment. But definitely coming off that last victory, he is looking good. He's in great shape. And he chose a group that I think he pretty easily gets out of.
Now, Tulbo going into this, he was one of the players we weren't sure was going to, advance from this, from the round of 24 at all here. He's a guy who's been in a couple of ASLs. He's definitely had a couple of epic fails. One of the beautiful things about StarCraft is that this game isn't going anywhere. So you really do have years to continue to refine your skill, if not decades to continue to work on it. And I will say he seems a lot more confident in his play. He seems more confident just as a person on camera. And I think he's really warmed up to this tournament. So I think we should have some fun games here. And remember, this first match is a best of one here. So, I mean, maybe Tulbo can pull one over on Soma here.
It's a real possibility. Best of one, anything can happen. Like, this is the dangerous part of the tournament still. From here on out, at all your matches, those matcha Kit Kats are fucking great tasteless. I love those. But... yeah, from here on...
is that what he's eating?
Yeah. From here on out, like, this is the last best of one for both these guys. But this is a dangerous moment for Soma.
You know what was actually quite good? I don't know if they still have these in Korea. Were the green tea Kit Kats?
Yeah, that's what that one is. Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, matcha's just like it's like the Japanese word for it or something like that. But yeah, that's exactly what that was. Those are so good.
Yeah, no, I've had those. Those are quite good. Yeah, because matcha is also another kind of tea as well that you can get out here. But I think it's like a South American tea or something like that. So I thought maybe that was some other Kit Kat flavor. Anyways, now that we've got the important stuff out of the way, we've got Soma here in the top. And we've got Tobo here in the bottom, both of them sharing the left side of the map. By the way, the maps for this season of ASL have been great.
Yeah.
And, the ASL maps ultimately end up on the ladder, which is they're all on here now, or most of them are on here now. And I think that this season of the ladder has been fantastic. I think we've got a lot of maps that have some unique features, but still, reward standard play. They're not too kooky or crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And so on this map, Tulbo, first of all, is going to fast expand, but he's not going to scout with that probe. He's going to mine out the mineral at his entrance. And usually, if you don't send the probe after the pylon, it's going to be a gateway expand.
And it looks like you are correct about that. You will throw down that gateway. Yeah, speaking about... Wait. Tasteless, what's he...
No, is he going to 2-gate?
Is he? Yeah, I think he is, actually. A little... Like, this is a good idea to bring in something like this. If he wins this, he's going to thank Mini, man, 100%. This is like a mini build.
So Soma stopped his Overlord out on the scout in the middle of the map to basically see if he could catch what angle the probe came from. But, you know, this is a really unusual timing here for the Tulbo's probe to come in, because you basically don't play a Zerg being like, I wonder if he, you know, I have to factor in that he might have two-gated at his entrance. This is like a really old build that in a lot of ways, idea-wise, like post-rush is kind of obsolete. Like 2 gateways at your entrance, it's a pretty rough mid-game if this doesn't work. But if you get in there and do a lot of damage, I mean, he could just end the game, Artosis.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a real possibility here. Like, he's in close spawns. You know, the 2 gates haven't been scouted yet. It is a hatchery first, so he's not going to be harassed at all by Zerglings at the beginning of this. He's going to be able to get some Zealots going across the map. Like, there is a real possibility here that he deals a lot of damage to Soma. And what a wild world it would be if Soma goes in the loser's match first.
Now, you know, center gate basically went away. I think we haven't seen a center gate in ASL PVZ in like over 5 years or something. Maybe even longer. Like, I think it was like in KSL we last saw that or something.
I think it was the ASL that Larva won. Remember that final game against Mini? It was the center 2 gate, but that was like so many seasons ago. That was years and years and years ago.
Yeah. So, he gets the first creep colony up here. So, you know, what I wanted to say was basically like this has almost the same power as a center gate, but you know it's a lot harder to get a read that it's coming early on. So far, the control here is pretty god tier. He's going to send 3 probes up here total. Now remember that 2 zealot hits and 2 probe hits will kill a Zergling. Or sorry, actually 1 probe hit, I believe. Oh my god, but Soma ends up trapping the zealot up there. This is going to fracture the position, and it's going to allow for I think Soma to basically stabilize here. There are more zealots coming up. There was a pylon that was thrown up here, I think for batteries, but it seems like that kind of backfired. Oh my god, the sunken colony is going to fish in. What?
Come on, Tobo!
No, he could have just popped it.
I'm just beginning my new life as a Tulbo fan, and I know I'm going to have a lot of these moments where like he could have just popped it and then runs away with his zealot there taking a ton of damage. So that sunken will now deal another 120 damage or so. Oh man, that's so painful. But you know what? He's got a lot of zealots. He's keeping that pressure on. No gas, no expansion yet for him, no forge or anything like that. And you know, the thing is you keep building zealots, it's like you are kind of scaling up your power. It gets harder and harder for the Zerglings to win the more zealots you make.
Yeah, so this game actually looks like a lot of really old StarCraft games, like 1999.
Yeah,
like old. And you know, these games were played out thousands of times, and you know, it's a little bit tough for the Zerg early, but usually if the Zerg gets past it, it's a pretty easy mid game and late game.
Yeah.
And a lot of these ideas that ended up playing out over years in StarCraft, this is how people basically concluded, okay, we have to start fast expanding. You know, there are some like 1 base builds. I know these gateways are at the natural, but this is basically a 1 base build, right? He doesn't have a second Nexus right now.
Yeah.
But, you know, a lot of modern Zergs are not as practiced in this. I mean, Soma should be fine, but this is not as easy as it might look.
It is not.
You know, you basically just don't have these games anymore, but they are pretty complicated. The main issue for Protoss is inevitably he's not going to have a second gas, but right now he doesn't even have a first gas. He's going to throw a Nexus down here.
Yeah.
And you know, the Lings can always try to, you know, threaten counterattacks and stuff like that. There is going to be Ling speed finishing here, and Lings with speed are just so much stronger and able to move around compared to Lings, you know, compared to Zealots without speed, which is a long ways away. And he's going to get a 3rd base up here. It looks like that hatchery is going to be finishing pretty soon. And this is, I'm sorry, did he get a forge even before the Nexus? That's crazy.
No, I don't think he did. Did he?
I thought we'll check in a second, but I thought I saw him go back.
Oh,
there,
maybe. He could. I do see a building sticking out there, so you might be right, actually. You're right. He did get the forge. Yeah.
So,
wow.
This game is, this is where it starts to be painful for Protoss. So, couple things. First of all, his expansion is safe. He can't be killed, right? I mean, the Protoss is safe. The problem for Protoss is you don't know what Zerg's doing. So right now we know it's going to be 4 hatchery Hydra, which is honestly like, that's pretty sneaky. right? Like, I think for the Protoss's perspective, you're first of all very nervous. It could be a layer. It could be 2-hatch layer. There could be mutas being made, and they're going to fly right into your main. And you almost have to kind of play like as if that's happening, which means you have to get a Stargate and probably get like even like maybe 2 Dragoons and like a cannon in your main to defend that, which is going to make this Hydra pressure really deadly. Like, this could just be fatal for Tulbo here. And again, this is why we see this mostly abandoned as a build order here. You know, you basically have to think of this build as cheese. If it doesn't work, it's like, okay, well, you can get a base up eventually. Yeah. The game doesn't end, but this is pretty hard to play out.
Yeah, I would definitely agree on your assessment there. This is basically a cheese build. Like, there's just not much recoverability, and we can see that right now from him. He actually doesn't know about the third. He doesn't know what the tech is. He knows that there's a damage sunken and a second sunken and about 1 million lings on the map. That's like all of his information. So it's really tough. It's like, well, do I walk out with these zealots? He has enough lings to surround them, so I can't really do that. Do I blindly build cannons? Do I build cannons everywhere? You know, there's so many tough questions he has to answer here. You have to kind of intuit what's going on. You don't have any real scouting. And, you know, that's the modern PvZ that Bisu helped to bring into existence. That's why you get a Corsair so quick, so you can actually figure out what they're doing. Because here, it's like he's playing so blind. Look at this. He snuck a probe. So that's like a really well-snuck probe. If he can see a Hydra, that'd be amazing. I don't think he's going to get the vision of it, though.
Yeah, and there's other things you have to worry about, too. It could be fast lurkers or like a fast drop.
Yeah.
So it's extremely uncomfortable. It looks like Tulbo's basically just not going to get the cannon. And I guess, you know, it is, in his defense, I think it's fine to basically just kind of play like in a way like, well, if he does this, I die. But if he doesn't, then we're going to be close, right?
Yeah.
And so eventually one of these zealots is either going to see this or Tulbo is going to find out what's happening as he gets attacked. So he's going to see this with his zealot. He knows exactly what's coming. He's got to throw down these cannons. Keep in mind that he is going to lose the gateways. And he could lose the game outright here as well. Like, it's possible with enough speed Hydras. It's going to be really bad. And, you know, zealots without speed can't really do a whole lot against this.
No, this is looking a little bit tough. The Hydra's going to start to come in, and they actually target down this first cannon pretty quickly. But there's enough zealots to kind of keep all these lings back. So I think he is going to be able to finish the cannons. I don't think he's about to die. Like, he is going to lose another cannon here. Soma's doing a good job of targeting some of these down, but out come the probes.
Yeah,
maybe he's going to die.
Cannon to the side. It's pretty hard to get. The problem is that, like, most of the probes and zealots have been killed, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have a whole lot of material to, like, throw in front of this. The Hydras are just going to kill this gateway. I think this game is basically done.
Yeah.
So an unfortunate failed rush here from Tulbo. I think there's a world where if he controlled it a little bit better, he could have won. He could have made it closer. Very sad to see the zealot get baited in and then pulled out when it would have one-shot the Sunken Colony too. I mean, that is rough, but you know, when a game is this intense and there's this much on the line, we do see mistakes like that happen.
They showed Tulbo as the winner there for a second on the back screen. Oh man. Oh, a symphony of errors here from Tulbo and the production team. But yeah, Soma takes that first game. You know, I like what Tulbo tried. I think that was a good idea. It's like he took this build it's not used that often. It might catch him off guard. You never know. Sometimes you're going to pick up a victory like that. And he tried his best, and, well, Soma beats him, which everyone was expecting already.
All right, guys, Sharp versus SOC coming up next. A little TVT for you. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are going into the next match here in the round of 16. This is the second best of one of the evening. After this, we are going into best of threes.
Yes, that's right. So our first TVT of the night, and I think there might be a second one, will only be a best of one. And I think it's a good match. SOOP for Sharp. Sharp is historically a little bit stronger Terran versus Terran, but SOOP really shouldn't be underestimated. He's been really strong lately. You know, he got picked in the last round. You know, he was the 4th pick for that group, which was kind of surprising, but that was kind of Tobo trolling, taking Hero really early. But still, he's well respected. He was one of the final players remaining, and yeah, that I think kind of spices it up a little bit in this group. The group looks the easiest in a lot of ways, but I think because these guys are just underrated.
Yeah, I agree. And this is going to be an interesting TVT coming up here with these two guys. Now, I have a hard time kind of knowing who's truly got an edge. I would guess Sharp, but I mean, what do you think with these two Artos?
Yeah, I favor Sharp a little bit just because, like, here's the thing. I think SOOP will actually probably have the advantage in the early game, but Sharp is almost better playing from a disadvantage in TVT. He has openers that generally won't give him what you want in the early game of Terran versus Terran most of the time, but he's so good at fighting back. Like, he's really, really resourceful. He's extremely good with dropships. He might be the best dropship player in the world in Terran vs. Terran. So, you know, I think that's going to make it hard for SOOP to hold on to any small advantage he might get in the early game. So, yeah, I'd lean towards Sharp.
Yeah, Sharp's been such a iconic figure here in the ASL. I love Cassidy's games. But, you know, some ASLs, he really goes deep and looks incredible, and some he kind of fizzles out here. And, you know, this is definitely a group he could lose in, right? I mean, it's not an easy group, but it's not a hard group either. But he's got to bring his all here.
Yeah. It's, well, if here's the thing. Actually, if SOOP wins this, I think the group becomes much more interesting. I think Sharp against Soma has almost 0% to beat him. Like, I think it is the worst matchup for Sharp and the best matchup for Soma. Like, Sharp is such a standard bio player. So, like, even though I think he's got an edge here against SOC, Sharp is actually probably, like, my favorite player to watch, personally, as a Terran player. But I kind of hope that SOC wins this first map, because I think that his style against Soma actually makes some interesting games in there.
Yeah, and remember that there's just a ton of Terrans in this season of ASL.
Yeah.
Every once in a while we get, a disproportionate representation from one of the 3 factions in the game, and that definitely happened this time around with the Terrans. So, in some ways, like, if you're to win a season, depending on what the makeup race-wise is in a given season, sometimes, like, the most important matchup is a matchup like Terran versus Terran.
Yeah.
Whoever's got the strongest TVT here, you're just more likely to encounter Terrans on the way to the finals here.
For
so,
sure.
it's a real test of who's got solid TVT, and that's going to be demonstrated here today. We're going to go to Polestar here for map number 2. And again, this is a best of 1. After this, we are going into best of 3. Okay, in the top right is Sharp. Cross spawns here. Now SOC in the very bottom left. And remember, the winner is going on to face off against Soma, so it's going to be a tough road ahead no matter what. The loser is going up against Tulbo.
Yep. And, I mean, that can be a tough match, too. Tulbo was saying in the group selection he doesn't like his Protoss versus Terran right now. He feels more confident against Zerg, which is kind of funny because he kind of started making his name against Terran a couple years ago. But he has some pretty good Protoss versus Terran, so that is going to be a tough match no matter what.
So, this is, we've got to have a decent amount of TVTs here in this season already, obviously. But it's been interesting to kind of see the powering phase here in the mid game and what people try to do to get ahead. Whether they're going to try to, quietly sneak out some wraiths here. There's going to be a lot of massing of vultures. They're going to try to come in there and bust down the other side. But when you're in cross spawns, is there like a more ideal way to play? I'm guessing it would be more passive, but why don't you tell me?
Yeah, so, well, in cross spawn, like if you find that you're cross spawn, you don't have to react as hard to vulture builds because it just takes a little bit longer to get across the map, kind of as anything. But just in general, the faster command center you take is going to be even stronger in cross spawn. And we see that neither of them are going for a command center first here, and it looks like both will probably go factory expand, in fact. SOC a little bit faster gas on that one. But yeah, I was just going to mention that command center first is absolutely infesting the ladder. Like like over time, people just figure out what the win rates are, and it's like that build is crushing. I think when we see the TVT group, there'll be a lot of it. But these two, stylistically speaking, these two don't like command center first very much. These guys are guys that want units out more early, more units moving around. So I think they're going to play honorable games against each other, Tasteless.
Yeah, it's funny. In all the matchups, we've had moments where, like, people kind of figure out, oh, you can actually be a little bit crazy greedy and get away with it. It's happened a bunch in StarCraft 2 as well. I mean, Command Center First became super popular in several of the matchups because it was like, well, a lot of the Zergs or Protoss are kind of playing middle of the road. They're kind of playing safe. And so just take a free base immediately. It's so extremely strong.
Well, looking here, they both are going for those factories. Can't imagine that they're going to do anything cheesy with this. I think it is just going to be straight Vulture expands. Both sides scouting here. You can see Sharp is using SCV plus Marine. And wait a minute. Did SOC didn't make a Marine? Well, that's already something novel here.
Wait, did he not? Really?
He didn't make a Marine, which is like...
No.
Yeah, he's super optimizing towards that expansion faster. Yeah, that is a little bit crazy, and Sharp blocks it. So this actually suddenly makes this a terrible idea.
Yeah. I mean, the whole reason why you want the Marine is so that the SCV can't completely control the situation.
And also...
I guess a Vulture...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It hits the barracks. That's like really important that it hits the barracks, because otherwise the barracks just sees everything, floats over everything, and there's just nothing you can really do about it, right? In fact, there's builds where you sacrifice a vulture to get, excuse me, to get the Marines so that your barracks can scout for longer. So it's a really, really weird thing to see him make 0 Marines. Very bizarre. But he is going for a very quick starport here, so I guess that's how he's going to hedge against that a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to like even really old TVTs. I feel like we've never really not seen a Marine made first.
Yeah. The
It's
question
so
is always one or
we
two.
don't even talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, wow. And just to think to give up 50 minerals for that, I know we're really, talking about this a lot, but I mean, yeah, I really don't like it almost. But
yeah, I don't either.
yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. I mean, especially just on the idea that you were saying, Tastosis, like you can't hit the barracks. Like the barracks can just like freely roam into your base and see whatever you're doing.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of all-ins where you need a bunker, right? Like, if you're getting all in, generally you just build a bunker and put your Marines in it, and you're like, all right, well, at least I can like not die right this second. But I don't know, it's kind of weird. I don't quite understand why he's doing it that way.
Well, the Marine's a funny unit because in a lot of the early game, even though it's a weak unit, sometimes it takes just enough hits to kill that it'll allow you to win a fight because your other units are there, like your vultures, as an example. Or like, it takes 4 shots from a Dragoon to kill a Marine, which is actually quite a bit for how weak and flimsy the unit actually is, which can buy you like a little bit more time. But anyways, the Wraith is going to be going across the map. He does have 1 tank with a depot wall in here at the entrance. And the Wraith is basically going to scout. So he's coming through here. He's going to see the armory about to finish up. And it will be 2 factories. So he knows right now it can't be dropped.
Yeah, the Wraith does such a good job scouting, similar, I guess, to the Corsair in PvZ. Generally... The thing is, sometimes you'll catch them doing something like, if they don't have the armory started and your Wraith shows up, the amount of damage you get is just absurd. It's like if the first Wraith appears and you have to start the armory, you lose more than 10 SCVs. It's wild. But Sharp, his style is one that oftentimes cedes map control for utility and safety. So he's gone 2 factory into the Goliaths pretty quickly. So he hasn't really actually taken damage from this yet. Right? Like, he's walking some Goliaths across the map. He's going to lose the barracks. In fact, SOOP, like, really focuses on getting that barracks down and does blow it up. And, Sharp is going to be stuck on the 3 factories he has for now.
So the mines are going to be littered out here. I love that he puts them right above the high ground. Usually Terran units will shoot mines down as they move out, but sometimes if you put it on the high ground, they might miss the shot, or there might be too many mines there, and you can get blown up that way. This does seem a little bit risky, though, from him. He's just sending these, like, 3 tanks stealthily around the entire map. What is this?
Yeah, it's weird, right? SOOP is bringing some different ideas.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well, I mean, even if you show up, I mean, doesn't he just pull SCVs and kill them with whatever units he has? Like, it's only 3 tanks.
So.
It's not the end of the world.
Not only that, the tanks are going to have a hard time getting home. I mean, the tanks are by far, like, the most valuable unit Terran has, and especially in this matchup, right?
Yeah.
But he is outside the base now. The thing is, he doesn't have any vultures accompanying these. I guess the truth is, tanks can just fight vultures too, but what he's done is he's basically powered up a bunch of vultures back at home.
Oh.
Maybe he wants to try to spring an attack on him over here. This is such an unusual looking game. One of honestly the most confusing TVTs I've seen.
Yeah, but actually I think you're right. Like, so he made the tanks, he snuck them around the mines, and then he's like, well, and he hits a mine anyways. That's so painful. But then he made all these vultures to come up to help them. It looks like basically Sharp has thwarted his ideas, but I think that was it, Tasteless. Like, he walked around the mines, because that's the hard part, is getting your tanks across the map. Now, if you have vultures with them, it's a deadly attack. And so he sent the vultures up, but yeah, I wasn't able to get into position there.
Yeah, these Goliaths are not going to be particularly helpful here in this fight. I mean, if you could have Vulture tank or Goliath tank, you really always want Vulture tank. The Goliaths can fight air units, but that's kind of where it ends, right? Oh, tanks are going to siege up here, and it looks like SOC is going to pull away really nicely. And again, SOC is fighting pretty well. I'm actually kind of surprised Sharp's continuing to push here, but does SOC even actually have siege mode? We see the observer checking to see if the machine shop's spinning. It's possible he has it, but he hasn't shown it yet.
Yeah. I'd imagine that he has it based on the build he's done here. He just hasn't found a position he wants to siege into yet. Once you siege, it's a real decision in some of these positions where you might get caught. But he runs in with the Vultures, a little bit of harassment. We can see that blinking starport, so Sharp is going to fight back with some of his own Wraiths. A very popular thing for Terran pros to do. And he, the armory is not done here yet for SOC. So if Sharp just comes out with more Wraiths than SOC has, he might be able to break whatever position SOC has made for himself.
It's funny because basically SOC is pushed in with these tanks, but there are mines in between him and the little outpost he has in the middle of the map. But you got to be careful. I mean, you trigger those mines like oh, you're kidding me. Okay. Luckily for him, he actually survives both of those mines. But yeah, to the point of what I was saying, like, you got to be careful. Those mines can absolutely hit you, and it's going to be really painful. We saw that Sharp came through and actually sniped the SCV, making the command center. Meanwhile, Sharp has his third base up. So Sharp is kind of pumping along pretty steadily here.
Yeah, he's done a very good job in this game of kind of getting into a position that he's good at. He's got enough mines out in the map. He's got enough units. He's got his Vulture speed upgrade, the most important upgrade for Sharp. Third base is nice and quick, which you definitely want against a starport opener. And even though SOC was trying to bully him a little bit, wasn't able to really get too much done. And look at this. See, he's got just a few units that are kind of like set up in siege mode and everything, and then moves around the rest of his army to support. So I think Sharp is putting out a pretty strong, pretty standard Sharp game here.
Yeah. And SOC's going to basically try to set up over here in the upper center. But Sharp's going to come up from underneath him. He can actually cut off the reinforcing units if he just gets in over here at the right angle. Cleans out both of those tanks, beautifully done. Going to dive in here with these Vultures. And he should easily be able to take out this last tank that's remaining over here. And Sharp, this is going to put him pretty steadily ahead in the tank count overall. And a lot of times that's really the, by far, most important thing in TVT.
Another barracks going to fall. Sharp is trying to get down some additional factories, I think, right before that. But here come those 3 Wraiths that he made. And these are going to make a huge difference. There's only 2 Wraiths on the field, so Sharp is going to kill those and then force an unsiege. Like, SOC has to run until his Goliaths are out.
Yeah. And, he already lost 3 tanks earlier down there. He could lose 3 more unless there's some kind of a solution. And back at home, we see that SOC is making his own Wraiths. I don't know if he got Cloak or not yet. But, yeah, I mean, this is really the position here for SOC is crumbling pretty badly.
Yeah, not looking too good for him with these 3 Wraiths. Oh, he actually has his own Cloak upgrade now, too. So he actually comes out and turns that right on its head. So he's going to actually win the little Wraith war there. But still, Sharp was able to clear quite a bit. He's taking control of this bottom part of the map, which can be very strong. But SOC will just siege up and be okay there as well. And by the way, look at that. His 4th base is actually done. No SCVs there really yet, but he has it all set up, which is a big deal. Like, that 4th base, that's where your macro really explodes as Terran in Terran versus Terran.
Yeah, SOC is definitely picking up the speed here. We have +1 attack for Sharp. Now, assuming that Sharp is on top of +2, which should be started right now, he's going to be steadily in the lead here. We're going to try to watch pretty carefully and see when exactly SOC's +1 finishes up here, because more importantly than +1 in the matchup is +2 in Terran versus Terran, which may be the most important upgrade to hit in any matchup in the entire game in all of the StarCrafts.
Yeah.
I
think
is that true in
+1
StarCraft 2
Zealot
as well? Is it
no.
2 shots from a siege tank to kill a tank in StarCraft 2 as well?
No, they have more health in StarCraft 2, so yeah, that
so yeah, then just StarCraft
exist.
1, yeah.
But no, it is absolutely massive. Like, once you have +2, your tank lines become almost unbreakable. So, that is going to be very important. By the way, like, looking at this game, Sharp is playing his type of game, so I'm not like completely worried about him, but I actually feel like sSak is playing better. If you look at the way he's doing this, he got his 4th base quicker. Like, it's okay to get your 3rd base a little bit slower than your opponent. But if you get your 4th base quicker and then you start expanding everywhere, it becomes really hard for the slower expander. And Sharp hasn't been able to put on any real pressure despite having a faster 3rd base. So I'm a little bit nervous for him. You can see he's kind of stuck in his quadrant. It almost looks like he's playing Terran versus Protoss, and sSak is playing Terran versus Terran.
Yeah. I mean, getting the other main is huge. sSak, even though he's been destabilized a couple times, like, honestly, he's just playing really fast. He's like producing really well.
Yeah.
He's taking fights on his side of the map really nicely. I generally, and you correct me, Artosis, but this is sort of how I feel about the matchup, is I feel like you can always expand like in your quadrant.
Yeah.
But I think it's a lot of times better to expand kind of hugging one side of the map. And then eventually, I mean, in a perfect world, going to the other, just because it's, I don't know. I mean, it's just so important to get that other main up there.
Yeah.
And start to try to go for the split map, that I do feel like the way that sSak's growing looks a little bit better here.
You're a trillion% right, Tasteless. Like, in fact, this is the main issue I have in Terran vs. Terran, is my games look exactly like what Sharp is doing here. Where, like, I'm playing pretty well, and, like, I have a quadrant, and my opponent has taken another main, and I'm like, ah, crap. Like, I have to do that. I have to go get another main ASAP. Because it kind of just helps you take the other bases around it. It denies it from your opponent, that type of thing. Here, they're both going into pretty heavy air. Like, we see Valkyries for Sharp. We see multiple starports coming up on both sides. That's going to be a really important decider here. If sSak does okay in this air battle, he's got so much control now and so many bases. I feel like this is only going to get harder for Sharp.
Yeah, and now we're going to see sSak come up here and hit pretty hard. And note that this is a Sharp trying to fight up from low ground to high ground. This is a really good spot here for sSak to control. Because sSak, if he plays the next minute or two out correctly, he might be able to get some action up at 12 o'clock. Like one screenshot above where we're looking right now. And, it's a little bit scary. We don't have mass dropships, by the way. I don't think we've seen a single dropship in this entire game. But that's going to be coming here. 100%.
Yeah, once you kind of resolve the Wraith War, that's where you might see the dropships added in. Like, when you're both kind of making some Wraiths, going dropships can just be suicidal, because you'll just, your opponent will snipe all your dropships, and it's like, oh, wow, you're really far behind now. So they got to kind of watch for the overall Wraith counts before they utilize those. But right now, Sharp is trying to expand to the bottom right, and you can see sSak has a lot of units down there ready to respond. He's laying a bunch of mines. He has a ton of tanks. I think he's making a missile turret row in the top left. sSak is just playing a beautiful game. Look at the supply. He's maxed out against 150. Like, sSak is just playing so well this season, Tasteless.
He looks really good, man. And honestly, it's like he's just bigger, faster, stronger in this game. Like, he is just literally macroing better. You don't normally get to talk about this in a TVT, by the way, where it's like, look at this guy go. Like, he's just growing faster. He's making more. He's taking some great fights here in the middle of the map. He's actually going to try to shove here in the top center.
And he has so many tanks, it's going to work. You can see how powerful that +2 for Sharp is as he blows up a ton of tanks on the way. But sSak has so much. He's like, was sitting there up about 50 supply. So that makes a huge difference. And now he's going to hit 12. This is a terrible spot for Sharp. A terrible spot. But don't count him out. Even though you take a bunch of damage in Terran vs. Terran, it takes a really long time to kill somebody, which gives a lot of comeback potential. And Sharp is very good at coming back from bad positions.
Yeah, well, he's come up here and he's taken out 12 o'clock. So this is what we were talking about earlier, that, like, if he gets in there and can hit that, that's really bad. And so now there's two important things to note here. First of all, 12 o'clock falls. Second of all, 6 o'clock rises here for sSak. He's going to be able to take that too. Well, hold on a second. Actually, there's a push coming down here. But, like, sSak is almost done with all the pieces of the board he needs to capture.
Yeah.
To kind of make this a smooth game. Like, the fact that he's already taken another main in the top left and he took 6, that's That is crazy how well he's doing.
It really is. And look at his bank. And he has more supply. And he made a ton of dropships. So just to mention, like, he has both rates and dropships right now. So his supply number looks scary. But his actual ground supply is probably pretty close to what Sharp's ground supply is. Like, they probably have a very similar Tank Goliath type army.
The Wraiths are going to come in again. And I mean, with the Wraith count just being better right now for SOC, I mean, this is getting so bad for Sharp. I'm kind of blown away by how strong SOC looks. Honestly, dude, if you like covered the IDs up and you had to have me guess who's the Terran player in the blue, maybe minus the weird tank movement early, I would be like, is this Flash?
Yeah.
This must be Flash, right? Like, this is the best Terran in the whole tournament. He looks so good.
He looks so good. It's wild.
I mean, yeah, besides the no Marine at the start and then like the weird 3 tanks that I almost feel like, you know, when you see a movie and you can like listen to the director's commentary.
Yeah, yeah.
Wherever you see, and I want to have that for this game where I'm like, what is he thinking when he did that? But I mean, otherwise, honestly, SOC looks god tier, and I love this setup to hit the main.
Yeah.
This is just so good because he knows that Sharp has to try to run into the bottom right to try to fill that spot in, so he can just dump these tanks in here. And even with 2 Wraiths, like, it's going to take forever to kill all this stuff.
Yeah, it's funny that he doesn't have even a single Goliath in there. It's like he really should, but, you know, that's what the game has been. GG is called. Sharp doesn't want to do it anymore. Makes sense. SOC honestly dominated him. This guy is playing so well this season. I feel like, in a lot of ways, he's a surprise we're not talking about because Ample, Leda, and Tulbo have kind of come out of nowhere, but SOC, who's always in ASL, has risen his level for sure.
Beautifully done. SOC is going to go up and fight Soma now, which should be a great match. By the way, I feel like that was the best game of SOC's I've ever seen, and I've casted so many games of his.
Yeah. Yeah, he seriously looks so good. That was like such a strong Terran versus Terran, and he had his own stuff in there. The no Marines? Who does that? It's so weird. But he did a good job with the Wraiths. Yeah, yeah. The idea with the tanks, like running around the mines and then bringing up vultures, that was actually really smart. I feel like I'm going to have to watch out for that tomorrow on the ladder. Anyways.
Guys, short break coming up.
Go ahead.
Coming up next, best of 3, Soma versus SOC. We'll be right back.
about time that we end this. I'm a legend in the making. Crowd's mine for the taking. Here's a message for the haters. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. Give it up, give it up. Give it up, give it up. Give it up, give it up. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. Come me loose, living that proof. Gotta have guts for the glory. All of that fame, call on my name. Even the greats can ignore me. Feast your eyes on the prize. I got that drive. Haven't you heard I'm relentless? All of that hype, take it in stride. It's about time that we end this. Lights, camera, action. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. Give it up, give it up. Give it up, give it up. Give it up, give it up. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. I built this hit list dynasty. All grit, no quit till victory. No other player can rival me. Y'all know my name. I'm made for greatness. Let's go. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. Touchdown, the Kings landed. Touchdown, the Kings landed. Touchdown, the Kings landed. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness. Touchdown, the Kings landed. Touchdown, the Kings landed. Touchdown, the Kings landed. There's no debate, I'm made for greatness.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We are going to be going into this next match. This is to decide who's going to be the very first person to move on into the round of 8.
All right. Yeah, I think it is most likely going to be Soma, but sSak actually has a really technical Terran vs. Zerg. He uses mech a lot. He has Wraith openers, stuff like that. And that, in the current metagame, is the best thing that you can really do against Zerg. The reason why I keep saying that Sharp is going to be really unfavored against Soma is because Sharp basically always plays like a stock standard Marine, Medic, Science Vessel type of play. And right now, that's just considered really weak against Zerg. So I think sSak is a better matchup, but it's best of 3. And Soma is just like super duper top tier. You know, like he blocks everything. He's so sharp. Yeah, it's hard to imagine him losing at best of 3, but I think sSak can make it interesting, and there is a small chance of an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I like what you pointed out, that sSak really has like a very big range of different play styles that he can bring. You know, it's not like, no disrespect to the guy, but like Light, for instance, like we kind of know how he approaches the matchup.
For sure.
Or even Ample, where there's like some kind of predictable rushiness to his TVZ. Going into this, yeah, he could go mech. He could go for that Wraith style. He could go for something very standard. Soma probably favored here, but, you know, and especially just seeing how sSak played in that TVT, I think that he's a real threat here. So this should be a really fun TVZ to cast.
Yeah. You mentioned how fast he was looking, and I glanced over at the 8 p.m. when you said that, and he was actually moving even faster than Sharp. He was moving at like 350, which is basically the top range of pros, right? Like, that's like Barracks moves at that, and that's about it, right? And so, yeah, Sharp is like, to be that dialed in a Terran versus Terran, to be moving 350 actions per minute is pretty absurd, and that's going to definitely help him here against Soma.
So we're going to be going into this match momentarily here. It looks like we're in the middle of some kind of a sponsorship plug here,
Yeah.
For the ASL. But, I mean, I'm looking forward to this. You know, this is going to be the first player to get into that round of 8, like we were saying earlier. Obviously, I think we all are pretty confident Soma should be advancing. But sSak gets out of here first. That's crazy. Remember, it's a very Terran-heavy season of ASL. We've obviously had a lot of Terrans kind of cannibalizing each other in the round of 24, but, you know, who knows? There's a possibility that, you know, sSak advances here and we get a Sharp moving on as well. We do have that Group D, which has got a ton of Terrans there. Could remain quite a bit of Terran dominance here.
It could. You know, actually, when I was going over the group, just real quick here, if Tobo were to upset and get out of here, then we're going to most likely have golden ratio going into the next round. But if he doesn't, we probably are going to have 4 Terrans in the round of 8. Most likely, looking at the groups, since Group D gives us 2 Terrans and Flash still exists. So, yeah, we'll see if Tobo can lift that weight for us. But this match, going to be a fun one. I can't wait to see what maps we're going to be playing on, actually. Because I feel like some of these maps could really be good for sSak, like Chain Do. Okay, Octagon, Match Point, Knockout. Oh, that's going to be... I think Match Point's going to be really interesting with what build sSak chooses there. I think that's going to be really important for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Match Point's a great map. One of the older maps, actually, in StarCraft history here that we have in this.
Yeah.
But we're going to go to Octagon here, one of our newer maps to start this off. This is Soma versus sSak, best of 3. The winner is moving on into the round of 8 in that first spot. Okay, so we've got Soma here in the top left, and we've got sSak here in the bottom left. Quick plug for the Patreon, guys. Consider supporting our cause here. Patreon.com/ASL English. You know, this is the game that started esports, and it's crazy how big esports is now, like with all the different games that are there. But it's also crazy how big StarCraft 1 is even now.
Yeah.
So many people are coming back to play it. The game's in an incredible state. I mean, it's basically perfect, right? I mean, we have all these different matchups in the finals. You know, it's got an incredible amount of depth and also balance to it. And so we want to just keep casting this forever. And let me tell you something, a lot of esports die out. They're mismanaged, or they just don't have an ecosystem or a scene, for that matter, that can support them. StarCraft 1's not one of those. So consider supporting us, where we want to just keep the story going forever. We can enjoy StarCraft our entire lives.
Yeah. And StarCraft is such an old game, and there's so many people that love it. And by the way, this is BBS.
Center racks.
Yeah, 2 center racks, so this is going to pick up really quickly. But, you know, like, the game literally can never die. Like, even when it tried to die and, like, it wasn't updated for the new Windows, people just made private servers for it. So, like, this is a game where it hasn't been patched in more than 25 years. It's, like, still perfectly awesome in every way and will never go away. It's worth your time. It's, like, it's awesome. It's a real sport.
Yeah, well, and you can, you know, what's nice is that you go back to games from 25, I think it's literally 28 years old now or something like that, or 27, 28. I think I said
yeah,
this,
27 years old now. 27,
okay, so we're moving into 28 here. But, you know, you can go back and watch a game from, like, you know, 25 years ago, and it's like the same game.
Exactly,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
You're not like, oh, like, what is this? You know, the tank did that much damage back then? Or, like,
No,
you know, what
yeah.
is this unit? This wasn't in this iteration of the game. No, it's the same game.
Mm-hmm. All right. This is probably going to win this game for sSak. Like, his Marine Rush looking very, very deadly. It's going to come out of nowhere here. And, like,
he's only showing half.
Yeah.
He's going to wait until he's basically making this look like it's a 1-rack.
Yes.
Where you're like, oh, I'm trying to kill drones. You better respect me. I'm going to make a bunker. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be like a 1-2 punch.
Exactly.
So this is the first punch. But when the other Marines come up, suddenly there's going to be no way that you can win this fight. Oh, my God. Soma's control is so good.
It really is, but I don't think it's going to matter. There's so many Marines. He realizes now that he's been duped, and the game is basically over now. That was perfectly hidden by sSak, and he got a little bit lucky with the drone scout and everything where it went. Yeah, he's bringing more drones now, but this should not end up working. He's mining with like 1 drone in his main base. So even if he were to stop this rush, like it's still not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I mean he kills off those few lings. What is it? 3 drones total. You could just see the fist slam on the table there from Soma. You're kind of looking at this going, yeah, this is impossible. He's gonna try to hatch a couple lings and I guess maybe see what he can do. But I mean, this is pretty done. The SCV even repairing the other SCV a second ago. Yeah, one of the classic rushes of the game, man.
Yep.
The bunker rush succeeds. SOC is 1 win away from moving on. And I got to say, a beautifully executed strategy. I think a lot of players, 99.9% of players send everything at once. A good player like SOC knows that he has to make it look like it's 1 rush when it's actually twice as deadly if you don't know. Because the drones will come out and chase down the Marines as far as they can go because he knows how many Marines are out there. When he suddenly encounters the 2 extra Marines from the second barracks, you lose everything.
Yeah.
So that's the killing blow right there.
Yeah, so basically the proper play against an 8 barracks, just a single proxy barracks, is to pull 8 drones and fight like we saw him doing. And you saw he was doing really well when it was just against 1 barracks Marines. But if it's 2 barracks, you give up the natural. You make a sunken in your main base and you try to play from there. And like sometimes you can come back, but when you actually commit to defending that, you always lose. So that was really well done from SOC. Soma is frustrated. Dude, SOC is like... Imagine if SOC wins ASL, I'll never hear the end of it. It'll be like, well, look at that. Another Terran comes out of nowhere and is a champion. But SOC has been around forever, man, and he's playing so well.
Well, you know, I totally agree, Tastosis. Like, this is not a guy I ever think about winning an ASL. Like, he's a fixture in the tournament. He's a good player, and he's had some great games. But, like, dude, he is crushing this group right now. I mean, this is wild.
4 pool.
No way.
Oh, my God.
4 pool?
Oh, my God.
I can't believe he's doing this.
Yeah. I got chills right now, Tasteless. Like 4 pool. Okay, so this is a map where you basically always wall. If he walls his main, he will likely go to the next round. Or if he makes his commands, or if he just makes a barracks in his main base, he should win, right? So 4 pool is like the oldest build, first off. That was one of the last patch changes that happened. The spawning pool used to cost 150 minerals, now it costs 200 because 4 pool was too strong. And, yeah, so against a wall-in like this, depot first, okay, SOC loses. It's like 98% of the time or something that you're going to lose when they 4 pool and you're walling. And then if you have your barracks in your main base, you're going to win 95% of the time or something like that. It's the build is the most all-in thing in the game.
I mean, this is just so ballsy, so awesome to see this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you're probably right, Artosis. I think that this is gonna be the ultimate revenge play. Yeah. I actually think this was premeditated, by the way. I think someone was gonna do this against Terran, no matter who he was against on this map. It makes me wonder if we're gonna see this in other ZVTs. Or if we're gonna see other Terrans kind of react somehow to this.
Really, we should. I was mentioning this a while ago, how we should see more 4 pools, because every Terran walls pretty much every game, and it's like a free win against a wall. And we had I was counting for a while, but I stopped at 23 games in a row where Terran walled in. And it's like, whenever you see a meta trend like that, you should do the hard counter to it, right? Where every single game is the wall. So this is like, we should see this occasionally. Now, he has no idea this is coming. And there's 2 holes in the wall for the Zerglings. It's just, there's no way. My God.
Yeah, he's going to cancel that. I'm always interested in how players try to play in these moments, because, like, you're probably losing. It's probably like a 7-3 matchup, but, like, how exactly does he attack with the SCVs? Like, he's going to send these up here. Now, with the most important thing is to try to get the Marine to slide by. Oh, my God. He's losing so much. More lings are going to come down here. Oh, yeah. There is nothing he can do.
Brings more SCVs.
Okay, so now the lings just run past, because, remember, the barracks is so far away from the main. So now it's extremely difficult to hold this. He throws down this bunker. The Lings are going to barely kill that one Marine. Now remember, okay, so the CC lifts. So what he's going to do is he's going to try to port the command center to the natural. This is really smart.
Yeah. This is his best chance for sure.
I am very impressed. So remember, it's 3 drones to, I think it's 7 SCVs. Yeah, it's 7 SCVs.
Now, yeah, I want to mention he needs to keep like 3 SCVs next to the bunker. I know that sounds like insane, but the only way Soma wins this at this point is surrounding that bunker. So you have to keep SCVs there so that you don't get surrounded. If he surrounds it and you can't get SCVs on to repair, the game is going to be Soma's instantly.
I think that the Zerg is now up to 5 or 6 drones. Okay, so he's going to run in here. He gets a surround. Can he get the repair? No.
Yeah. Well.
Oh my God. GG. Man, I was really kind of hoping this game would go on.
Yeah.
And we'd have one of these like weird, like 1 in 1,000 games, but Soma did it. The 4-pull wins.
Yeah.
The oldest build in the game here in an ASL.
Yeah. It's crazy because SOC almost held there. Like, the fact that he got that bunker up and floated to the natural, that makes a lot of sense. That was really, really smart. But, yeah, he didn't recognize that he needed to keep SCVs on. I'm probably the most 4-pooled player in the world, Tastosis, between being a Terran player and lagging. So I should write a guide for these guys. It's like, no. Like, the 4-pooler can't win if you keep 3 SCVs next to that bunker right now. But, yeah, we're tied up 1-1. Who knows? 2 absolute all-ins, the cheesiest things both of them could do, and we're going to go to knockout to decide now. I think this is going to be a more normal game.
Yeah. I mean, it's been some pretty crazy short games, right? I mean, 2 rushes in a row. Knockouts where it's going to be decided. Remember, SOC really could take this, guys. He's looking really strong. Did get a build or loss there, but his execution has just been perfect here today. Soma, hungry to get out of this group. It's a group he should be getting out of first, but, you know, SOC may very well just stand in his way.
All right, let's do it. Knockout. Pretty fun map for Terran vs. Zerg. I don't think we'll see a cheese, but who knows? Maybe. Well, imagine if he 4-pulls again. My God.
Okay. It is Soma in the top left. It's SOC in the bottom right. And yeah, I mean, let's see what kind of game these guys are going to give us. I don't think there's going to be any cheesing here. You know, I'm curious what SOC would have done in that game. That's one of those games that will always be a mystery now because the, you know, the cheese hits so hard, you don't really get to do anything you had planned.
Yeah. That was actually the map that I was kind of excited to see as well, because match point actually is, like, in theory, it's so good for Terran that every game is cheese from Zerg and Protoss on the ladder. Every single game. Like, I'm not joking. No one has tried to play that map straight up. So I actually have vetoed it at this point, even though it's probably the most Terran map in the pool, because it's just every game is just silly. But I really wanted to see what they were going to do, and I guess we got to see. Someone's like, nah, screw this, man. We're just going to kill him with the, because I know he's going to wall. Well done. It's funny to see both of them just pick up free wins with the easiest, cheapest, stupidest build that exists for both races.
Yeah, it was a bit of a throwback. Like, you look at a game like that, and that could have been from any era of StarCraft, right? That could have been from the first week. Like, 2 racks in the middle of the map. And I mean, maybe the execution was a little bit too perfect for anything too old, but, you know, very old ideas at play here tonight.
For sure. Yeah, and with Tulbo as well, with the 2 gates in front of his natural.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, some old school StarCraft coming in. And that's a beautiful thing, like you were mentioning before. How the game hasn't changed forever, so it's like it's still the same game, and I really love that about StarCraft 1. Like, there is something cool about getting patches where it changes what you're playing with, and it's kind of refreshes a game in a way. But this game's metagame changes so regularly; it changes faster than anything I've ever seen in any other game that I've commentated or played. But everything you learn counts. You never have to go back and try to change your muscle memory for how many shots something takes or something like that, you know? So it's like, everyone gets so good at StarCraft over time. It's absurd how strong StarCraft players are. Like, even players considered weak are so godly right now.
Oh yeah. No, I was at dinner with a couple of StarCraft 2 pros that had been playing StarCraft 1
Yeah.
a while back, and it was interesting. They were talking about like the sheer quality of player on the ladder is so high.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's one of the big differences is like you get on and it's like, even at kind of mid ranks, it's like people really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like if you come back and play and you get a low rank, you should not be embarrassed because there is just a gargantuan amount of good players that are on here playing.
Yeah. Even like
when you're laddering, you're
yeah.
getting constantly different players.
You can play against like a C ranker and you're like, no, this guy's awesome. Like he's macroing like crazy, expanding everywhere. Like, wow. It's just a beautiful game that keeps on giving. Yeah. Taking a look here. It is a fast expansion and going to have a very fast factory follow-up. This could be any number of things from SOC. This could be a Valkyrie rush. This could be a Wraith rush. This could be a Goliath build, right? This could be, you know, a Vulture Valkyrie build. There's a lot of builds out there right now. And I think that we're in this sweet spot for Terran right now where everyone's been experimenting with different builds, and it's hard to read exactly which one it's going to be because there's not a set meta. But he gets a Zergling in, so that's pretty huge.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
You're going to be kicking yourself as Terran in a moment like this. Like, you really did not want to show anything there. Keeping, especially cross spawns here, you really, if you keep the Ling out, you can keep him guessing, man.
Absolutely. He could have thought it was bio if these Marines stood behind the wall. But instead, he was trying to be fancy, and he had his Marines out front, and Soma slips in. Okay, Academy. Academy plus the factory. That's interesting. Okay. So, and he gets an add-on right away. Is he going to make an armory or a starport? Okay, starport. But the Academy here is the interesting part. I think the Academy might have been added to get Scanner, and it's a Valkyrie rush, is my guess. I think he wants to play Valkyrie Vulture here, which is like a newer build that I've seen some pros playing around with. I've seen Light play with it some, Scan play with it some. And it's a very, very tricky thing to play. We'll see if he actually goes into that, if this is Mines or Speed. But maybe he got the Academy because he got scouted. You have to actually be wary of things like Hydra rushes when they scout your quick factory. Because like if he just was to make a bunch of Hydras, it's like, okay, well, he's going to minimum kill your depots, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with this composition here, so this is going to be fun for me. Zerg did go 3 hatches, and he's sending a drone out. I assume this is he going to hide a hatchery, or is he going to make this in the main coming up here?
Well, he's hiding it on the side, but yeah, he'll make it in the main.
Yeah.
To like, you don't want like a Vulture to snipe it before you're ready to make it. Because a Vulture will never kill a hatchery. Like, you're fine on that one, but the drone will go down really quickly, so he just kind of has that they're waiting. We already have an upgrade in the armory, which is very interesting as well. Okay, he got Vulture Speed, and he's used 2 scans, so he knows what's coming, right? So we see what the scans were for. Like, he was checking what the tech was. Is this Hydra? Is this Muta? And that's going to allow him to get some turrets up. I think he's going to have his turrets up just in time. My guess is that that's actually Valkyrie attack. So I'm not 100% sure on it, though. He could be getting +1 for mech, but that would be a little bit weird here because Valkyrie builds don't go into mech very quickly.
So there is a sweet spot here where he can kind of hit over the factory and the starport. It's not going to be easy. Remember, the Valkyrie is actually pretty hard to control. Like, it's kind of hard to fire shots and then get away, and you're kind of seeing that happen here. Even Flash loses Valkyries all the time. The second one gets out, and so he has basically gone unimpeded right now.
Yeah. That's crazy he got the second one out like that. Soma was just, like, exactly as far away as he was ever getting from the push-out point of the Valkyrie. Okay, he picks one off, though, and that's what he was looking for. That's huge. That's huge. Losing any Valkyries early is so painful.
So, yeah, is he going to make a den? Okay, no, he makes a queen's nest. Wow.
Yeah.
Going into Queens immediately. That's interesting. Is he going to go for ensnare, or is he going to just go into a hive but without a den or at all?
Well, okay, he does have the den on the way. I honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure because we are in this weird area where actually ensnare is really good against Valkyries and Marines, and then it's like, well, if you're gonna make a bunch of Sunkens and he goes tanks, I guess you could go Broodling, but it seems too early for that. And like, you could Hive Rush and just go into like Lurker Defiler, I guess. I honestly don't know what he's doing. It's really hard to say because these are like, this is the really fresh meta that people are still working on.
I've always thought Ensnare was... Oh, hold on a second. He somehow actually mismanages that attack. He did not kill a single Valkyrie. So there's 3 up right now. The Vultures can't do anything to the Sunken Colony. He's actually going to send drones long distance. There is a Vulture, excuse me, here to catch this.
Yeah, it looks like he is actually going to catch some of these drones with the Vultures. This is actually a huge moment here for SOC in this game because he hasn't actually taken real economic damage. He's lost some Valkyries, but he's dealing some good, solid economic damage right there.
Yeah, you know, you don't oftentimes see drone transfers TVZ like across the map like this.
Yeah.
And you kind of see why. Now, why is there a tank moving out here? This has to be at that rally point.
Yeah.
This has to have been for a Vulture earlier. Okay, he sees it. He pulls it back.
I think you're right on that. So he's bringing out Marines and medics with the siege tank and Valkyries. And oh my god, he does a huge catch on the mutas. Tasteless, is SOC going to beat Soma? How crazy would that be?
Kind of looks like it, Artosis. I mean, he's looking really strong. This push is coming up here. I mean, we see Sunks to buy time. I don't think there's that much else here.
No, he's going to kill that base. Like, how you can't save that base. There's no way. He's got a siege tank. He's got a group of Marines and medics. Soma has, like, nothing, man. Like, he's burrowing a Lurker there, a couple Lurkers, whatever. Siege tank outranges it. He can just... Oh, what is the siege tank doing out here? What are we doing? No! Oh, my God! Worst pathing ever.
He's going to run. Oh, my God. He can get it behind the Marines. And look, and the thing is, the tank is low. He can still snipe it. That's one lone tank out here. The reinforcements are coming down. And I gotta say, it seems like Terran just might have enough over here. Never mind, Zerg's actually just got enough.
Oh my god.
He's gonna be able to take out that tank. And, oh my god, it's for some reason this is so isolated, it gets killed by the mine.
Dude.
So now someone's gonna be able to keep this base up.
Yeah, that's a miraculous hold. And that's the tank, like, pathing really poorly. Obviously, SOC should have double-checked where his tank was and tried to bring it up. But what probably happened there is the tank bumped into a Marine or a medic and turned around on a bridge. And the turnaround that tanks do, like, they get really far behind. Like, you have to be really careful to keep your tanks with Marine Medic when you're walking over, like, thin areas. And so now we're looking at this, and it goes from, I was pretty sure SOC was about to win, to his tanks got picked off, and now he's... Well, he's not dead. He's, like, the game is still going on. He's fine. But, like, that went from a potential win to Soma's in a fine position.
Yeah, the dropship's going to come up here into the main. And, I mean, I see one Mutalisk here. I don't see anything else. So he's going to get the drop-off. He's probably going to kill a reasonable amount of drones, honestly. Looks like it's only 5 Marines.
Oh, my God. It's like the smallest attacks we've ever seen from Terran here. The smallest amounts of units. And he picks off a few drones. He picks off a few mutas. Still walking around. He's doing a full mech switch here. He has his mineral-only base up. So he's going to be able to produce a lot of Vultures here, but he probably will want to get a 4th base. Like, mech generally needs 4 bases to function against Zerg.
Yeah, he's pushing pretty well. Now, I mean, I gotta imagine there's going to be Dark Swarm here any second, right? Can he take out the Lurker and possibly even take out the Nidus?
Ooh, that would be huge.
Oh, my God. Oh, the scan wears off. It's such a scrappy army he's got, man.
Yeah. And Soma brings up enough lings that he is going to be able to clear this as well. Soma is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Like, he's like very close to destruction over and over and just pulls it out. But SOC continues to be so annoying with tiny attacks. Look at this. Like, 2 Vultures come up and stop some mining for a little bit. That's annoying as well. And behind all this, SOC hasn't taken damage. This is one of the big prerequisites for a mech switch, is that your economy is really functioning. If they do a lot of damage to you, you can't really do it because you need a ton of minerals for it. But he's got those minerals. Like, he's got 3 mining bases. He's making a 4th base. Yeah, he's not getting the damage he wanted on Soma, but he's slowed Soma down a little bit and completely stopped Soma from dealing damage to him.
Yeah, the attacks from SOC have been so small, but like they are scary, right? They do have to be respected. And, you know, I guess even though it's exciting to see Soma hold them, you're totally right, Artosis. Like, the truth is that SOC is continuing to grow. He's been getting bigger and bigger. I don't even know how clear it is to Soma that SOC is fully switching into mech here. I guess the disappearance of the infantry is part of it, but it's got to be at least very recent, right?
Yeah, I think he's pretty aware of what's going on at this point now, and like there's so many vultures going around. As soon as you see the vulture drop, you're like, yeah, okay, this is this is not one factory vulture anymore. Finally, we see a Defiler out here. It pops into the Nidus to try to stay alive. Kind of a little bit of a sloppy attack there, but the thing is, these vultures are like they're expendable. He's keeping him busy. He sees that mutas have been remade. We saw a vessel already, so he probably is getting a radiate with that. You know, he can make some Goliaths. He can make extra missile turrets. I don't know that Soma's going to find much value with these mutas.
Oh my God, he kills it right before the CC can finish. If he could deny that command center, that would be massive.
That would be massive. That would be like a big deal to deny that. That 4th base is important.
I mean, this is why I almost feel like you shouldn't put you know, command centers like that on site. It's not like a hatchery or a nexus where it makes itself, you know?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he's forced to cancel it. We didn't get it on camera there, but it is gone. So SOC, who was about to be on 4 bases, is shut back down to 3.
That's a big deal. Soma looks like he's about to stabilize the whole game. He's got a bunch of lurkers with a Defiler at that additional base. The mutas have shut down the 4th, which was really important for SOC. And, you know, the mutas, I don't think the mutas will do too much more here. Like, they'll be annoying. But yeah, it's slowing this down this much, and now with Dark Swarm, like you can't really break through there. And the reason why that died, by the way, is because they were targeting the one in the back. So see the ones to the right? He focus fired both of those to make sure the splash would hit the lurker next to them. So it was a bad burrow from Soma. Like, Terrans know that you can do that.
Yeah. So that might have been misleading. You cannot kill things in Dark Swarm, but the splash damage will hit things next to it and then damage.
That's right. The burrowed lurkers. Yeah, one lurker is completely invincible unless you put a unit on top of it to target. But yeah, the splash always displaces to the left, so he targeted the lurkers to the right there. So that was really great targeting. He is so on top of it, man. And he's sitting here playing at 320 APM. He's double expanding to bottom left. He's keeping so much pressure on. He has so much on the map right now. Like, I have never been so impressed with SOC.
Okay, I mean, he's going to push up here now. And, you know, look, we're seeing the expansion explosion. So if you guys just look at the mini-map before this attack really picks up, there's basically a base at every single location in the bottom. This is where Zerg really has the hard game. Terran can kind of look like they've hit a wall here and they're not making any progress, but the problem is that Terran can also just expand in such an insane way. And keep in mind, like, even though Ultras are extremely strong in the late game, if you have enough mines on the map, a couple of those mines can wipe out a ton of Ultralisks. And I mean, you want to talk about cost efficiency, a mineral-only unit is going to kill something that's that gas expensive on the Ultra.
Yeah, laying masses of mines is so important at this point in the game to try to head everything off. But it's also important for him to kind of stay forward and try to attack and pressure. Because if he slows down at all, drops start coming in. I don't know if he has drops. Maybe that's what's coming down right now. But like when Zerg starts dropping your fringe bases, the mech army's really slow. It's hard to react to that and clean it up. I guess he must have things in here to drop. Yeah, gonna drop some Ultraling there. And he actually cancels that base at 3, which is pretty good. But SOC has enough units over here.
Man. Yeah, I mean, the problem is like these Ultras are going to be picked off. Like, Ultras can be good with Lings. You know, it's funny. Ultras are good, but if you have like even 4 or 6 Lings with the Ultra, the amount of damage more you do is crazy.
Yeah.
So he's gonna try to drop over here. I gotta say, man, I think that we're really getting to a very SOC positioned win here. You know, he is like really looking like he's just got enough. I don't know that someone can recover here. This might be the, by the way, craziest upset for the entire round of 16 here is the fact that like it looks like SOC's going to win this. Like he looks like Bank of America level too good to fail here. Like this is like so. You know, he doesn't have enough of anything, it seems like, to hit this. He's going to make a major move down here to the bottom left. And if Zerg cannot deny Terran the bottom left, the longer this game goes on, the more impossible it is for Zerg to win.
Yeah,
you can't let Terran get half the map ever.
Soma is playing a good tempo-based type of game here where he's keeping a lot of pressure on. A lot of mines are gone from the center. He's hitting a lot of bases with these drops. This is the hardest thing to deal with mech, is the constant, like, hitting different places with really good mobility. And you see, like, look at this, the Mutas. He doesn't have any anti-air left over here. The Goliaths died fighting other things. He doesn't have enough missile turrets. Look at this, Ling's starting to surround tanks. Soma's turning this game on its head very quickly.
Yeah, he needs some more vultures here to try to fight on the ground here. And then he's got to get some Goliaths over there. Crazy to see how effective these drops have been. And, you know, SOC was so close to basically cementing a lead that I don't know that Soma could catch up in. But now it does feel like it's kind of fallen apart. Ooh,
Yeah.
Nice shot from the tank.
Well, you know, same thing that was happening with SOC, where Soma hadn't damaged him. There was a while there where Soma just kind of stabilized. And as soon as Zerg stabilizes on 4 bases, the game becomes very tough for Terran. Like, all they need is to be left alone for a couple minutes, and they have like so many different options on how to attack you. And you can see, like, he's dropping everywhere, mutas were hitting everywhere. Suddenly those 2 bases on the left are not mining. Like, he lost the base at 3 o'clock he was making. He does have 6, so that's good. And he's starting to get more vultures out. He's going to try to relay the mines. But there's, like, a lot of angles of attack that Soma has. It's a pretty good game right now. Like, I'm not sure who's going to end up winning this. I'm actually leaning towards Soma after those good drops.
I think he might be right about Soma. I thought he basically SOC had kind of crossed the finish line here, but those drops were pretty insane. He's going to send more stuff down here. Now, again, when you don't have overlords here, you have no idea how many mines you can run into. And, you know, the damage that's being dealt on these ultras is massive. This is why it's so important to have just a ton of vultures out here. But the Mutalisks are also so high in number, it doesn't really feel like that SOC has been able to kind of regain control of the map. And it's great that SOC's on 4 bases, but he was supposed to basically have 3 additional bases on top of the 4 he's already got right now, and that's what Soma stopped him from getting.
Well, these mutas are actually being so efficient. They've killed off the very few Goliaths that have popped out. They're going after the siege tanks now. SOC's still not mining in bottom left. Soma is taking over the center of the map. There are some mines still out there and everything, but this is getting worse and worse right now for SOC.
Oh my god. All right, these mutas are getting melted here. You know, it's been so back and forth. It seems like right when, you know, SOC was getting destabilized enough, maybe Soma fed a little bit too much into him. His supply, by the way, is still massive. 144 supply for Zerg is a lot of Zerg. Remember that the Zerg units, like when they max out, they have way more than the other races.
Yeah.
Because a lot of their units cost 1 supply.
Yeah. Or a half a supply.
Or half a supply if you're a Zergling, yeah.
Yeah. And Ultras are only 4 supply, believe it or not. They used to be 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, yeah, like SOC is he's in such a far back position. It's really hard. Like, he's got to gather his units and try to put pressure on. But as soon as he does that, Soma will attack somewhere else. Like, Soma is being really relentless right now. He actually took both mineral-only bases so that he can field a lot more Zerglings to run around. And, like, right now he's clearing a lot of mines with Ultras, but eventually we're just going to see endless Zerglings coming out on the map to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's really kind of driven him back, hasn't he? We have, I think, floating command centers over on the far left. And on top of that, Soma's pushed out to these other expansions. You know, for a while, Zerg was basically on 4 bases, and it was pretty hard to go anywhere else. There's only 1 base, realistically, that Zerg can take after all this, and that would be 12 o'clock. And as I said that, he hops over there. So he just now moves into that position. And, you know, from here, I don't think there's going to be a moment in this game where Zerg takes the left or the right. So, like, just to zoom out and go super big picture here, Terran can really try to drag this game out, and if he can survive this against the Zerg and just kind of do this slow drawn out claw across the map and take that, he could end up winning if the game goes on long enough.
Yeah, it's hard to do though because you need a lot of supply to cover all that, and Zerg can like really focus their forces. And if you slow it down to the point where it's kind of obvious to Soma that you're going to be going for like an exhaustion type play where like you've sieged up everything, that's when he'll switch into queens. Like he's probably already getting either queen energy or broodling upgrade. Just to be ready in case. If SOC looks like he's not going to attack anymore, that's when you do it. You just say, all right, that's fine. We'll broodling every tank you have for the rest of the game. Because right now it's more tempo focused. If he lets up, then SOC might be able to attack him. But if SOC only turtles, that's where you go queens.
So, yeah, I mean, we're seeing the push out now. By the way, if we do see queens come out, it takes so long to get broodling.
Yeah.
Like the energy, I should say, for broodling. I think it's 150 energy.
It is.
Which is a lot, man. So you have a period where you can, shut down all the tanks, but then there's like a long period of time before you can get back in there. The one lurker coming up here, this is actually massive.
Yeah.
Because, as long as he's got a defiler over here, he could, in theory, consume overlords or whatever and just like keep dark swarming. You're not going to be able to reclaim that unless you've got something that can kill that, like irradiate. More Zerg is going to come down here through the bottom.
Yeah, this is that endless circling thing I was talking about when he took the mineral bases, where you're just going to flood the center and keep mines out of the way, and that's where the ultras come in. The ultras actually get kind of the finishing move on the tanks after the mines are cleared. Like, Soma is just playing a masterful game. You see exactly how strong this guy is in a game like this, where everything was kind of going wrong for a bit. SOC was, like, putting out one of the games of his life, and here Soma is, and he's taking complete control, and he's very close to winning. Like, SOC might GG soon.
Yeah, I mean, well, hold on a second. He kind of survives that.
Yeah.
He's reclaimed the bottom. He's reclaimed the lower left. What he really needs is just like the craziest minefield.
Yeah.
In here, and it looks like right now the mines that would be in the way have been cleared out. If he can just get a little bit more mines over here, he can maybe delay and Zerg actually coming down here and taking this out. Oh, crazy!
Saw that coming. Oh my god.
Oh god! I didn't even notice that mine was under there.
Yeah. SOC trying to get a little bit of damage elsewhere. He's like bringing the vultures in for some harassment, maybe be able to kill a few drones. But Soma's drone count is pretty absurd. And like with those mineral bases, I really like the fact that he took both mineral bases because it allows him to make like so many Zerglings. And don't forget, the main and natural, those gases are empty. So like he's playing on like 3-ish gas. Well, I guess he has 12 o'clock now, so he's like 3.5 gas. So he still has decent gas. But his minerals, well, like a lot of times you see a game with a like Soma player, and they'll have like 4,000 minerals right now because they didn't just be like, okay, I'm sacrificing infinity Zerglings in the center. And that's something that we're seeing from Soma. You're about to see it again.
Now, you were talking about the gases on the left have been depleted, right?
Yeah.
The gases on the right are eventually going to run out, and that's going to only leave the gas at 12 o'clock. So we definitely need to kind of point this out to everybody, is that, when you run out of the gases, and by the way, Zerg is always going to run out of resources in this matchup in this position before Terran. Terran has not even claimed the bottom 2 bases on the left here. But Terran is also, vultures have way more value late game in a way that they don't in any of the other matchups. You have to be in this kind of a situation. Like the vultures, the mines are so good. The mines can blow up defilers, ultralisks, slings, all that stuff. And the vultures are like, they're basically free, right? The minerals that are coming in.
Yeah.
So, this is getting to the point where, like, it seems like Terran can probably win in an exhaust play game. Almost like we actually see in StarCraft 2 TVZs. I know I've been talking a lot about StarCraft 2 in this cast, but there's a lot of parallels to draw over here. And in StarCraft 2, a lot of times the Terran will just kind of, like, not attack anymore and just kind of, like, play. It's like almost like he's playing They Are Billions or something. Just like... trying to grow and base build on this side of the map. And the thing is Zerg, if they don't break them, they'll eventually run out of gas, and they're only going to have lings, and they will just lose to, pretty much everything else. So right now, Soma's trying to come in here. He's trying to be very tactical. He's trying to drop. Soma's also expanding to the center left. Now, I really, in this matchup, in this position, I don't think either race is supposed to get the left or the right, or at least not keep it for very long.
Yeah.
But Soma's going to go for it. And by the way, if SOC is too preoccupied, just kind of like, you know, base building and defending, he might end up missing that. And that would be a great moment to soak up some gas from that location.
It's time for SOC to attack. He's seen the queens popping out. Like, Soma has looked at this position. He's like, okay, SOC is only defending. He hasn't moved across middle of the map with tanks or Goliaths in, what, 10 minutes? Like, it's been a while.
Yeah.
He's been only defending. He's trying to take bottom left since everything else is running out. So the queens are charging up energy. You actually have to attack. It's really similar to playing against carriers, where it's like, it's one of the only things in the game that forces an attack. It's like battle cruisers in TVT, carriers in PVT, and queens against mech in Zerg vs. Terran.
I'm so glad you drew that parallel, because I think a lot of people wouldn't see that initially. But yeah, I mean, basically what'll happen with the queens, guys, is if he just lets the queens sit there, the queens are going to come out and kill 12 tanks every like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes or something like that. And over time, like, you can just kind of brutally in your way through the game. And so that attack's going to come out. It looks like this is going to be hitting early enough to deny this base, but probably not do much more than that.
Well, he's just got to push forward. Don't forget, a lot of this supply you see for Soma, yeah, he's at 186, but he's got minimum 24 supply of queens. Like, he has a lot of queens right now. I'm not sure exactly how many he has. We haven't really gotten a great picture of that, but he's got minimum 24. So, like, the supply of SOC is still good. It's still strong. I love this counterattack. All Soma's trying to do right now is buy a little bit of time so his queens can charge more energy and he can start hitting his broodlings.
Okay, so he reclaims the bottom here. I actually somehow missed this, but the center right base has been taken here as well. From
So
Soma.
much going on this game. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is insane. We're almost at the 30-minute marker, by the way. I wish we could check the gas in the center right. Hold that thought. A drop that is not going to succeed is coming in over here. Well, hold on a second. Dark Swarm comes down. That's kind of crazy.
Well, if he had a
Rings are coming
single
here
lurker,
too.
maybe. But everything above ground will still be splattered by the tank splash. Yeah, he really wrecks that drop. But the queens are ready. Like, I know a bunch of those queens have enough energy, and I think even the ones that were a bit lower, I believe every queen he has now can do a broodling. So we're going to see him start flying in and doing that. Now, see, right here, he's just... I think this is just for gaining vision to clone the queens. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Takes out the tanks and pulls away. And, like, if he can do this, like, 3 or 4 more times with those queens, it's going to be so bad. Basically, almost all the gas you're taking in the entire game is going into tanks. There's some vessels, there's some Goliaths, stuff like that, you know, factories. But mostly it's tanks. And if over time you just broodling tank after tank after tank after tank, you can win this.
Absolutely.
And by the way, the aggression is being laid on so hard right now from Soma. SOC could, in the next minute or two here, actually get jiggled loose from this position in the bottom left, which minutes ago it looked like there was no way that he could be penetrated over there. Now it's looking very, very, very flimsy.
Well, the tanks are really the backbone, and he's had like 8 or 9 tanks broodlings so far. Drops are everywhere. Dark Swarm is everywhere. You know, Soma's just throwing everything at him. Absolutely everything he has. SOC still stands, but 102 supply with mech spread this far is not very much.
That's it. SOC taps out. GG. What an incredible game. A 30-minute PvZ. Soma barely wins that, but SOC, dude, I have just like completely leveled up in my respect for SOC. He looks so good.
He looks so good.
Such a solid player.
Yeah.
Beautifully done.
I love that game.
So Soma survives and is going to go on to the round of 8. I'll tell you what, he had to work for it. One of my favorite best of 3s we've had in a round of 16, honestly, in a long time. 2 crazy cheeses and then a good, beautiful, drawn-out macro game. And honestly, I think SOC played just a little bit better, just a little bit more stable, maybe laid a little bit more mines down there.
Yeah.
I think he would have won that game.
Maybe.
So he could definitely still be getting out of this group.
Yeah. And, you know, but Soma, he did such a good job Like, he kept shifting the tempo, the tech switches into mutas, like that mid-game muta switch was really, really strong. That really allowed him to stabilize. Don't forget as well, sSak was very close to killing top right at the beginning of the game, and his tank pathed poorly coming up. That was a huge, huge moment in that game, in this game, you know? Like, if he had killed that top right, I think sSak wins the game 100%.
Yeah, so you can see the queens coming down here now, and this is where you kind of just dish out the damage. And I think, you know, some of what we're seeing here, a lot of it kind of goes back to the fact that Zerg kind of uprooted this position like 2 times before. Terran never really was able to kind of lay out heavy defense over here. And see, these broodlings here, it's just so brutal, especially when tanks are in siege mode too, because you can end up with a siege tank shot getting pulled onto the broodlings that are going to hit the other units around it. Anyways, interview.
ASL Season 21 16강 A조
You're watching Group A of the round of 16 here at ASL Season 21, as we have the first player moving on to the round of 8 this season. It's defending champion Soma. Let's talk to him. Congratulations. Thank you.
지난 시즌 우승자였던 박상현 선수가 다시 한번
You have defended your pride as the reigning champion of ASL, now once again advancing to the quarterfinals. How are you feeling advancing so quickly through the winners match? I'm very happy. I was actually scared of getting knocked out in the round of 16. I feel relieved having got past this stage. With the confidence you had going up against Tobo, you claimed victory by defending his zealots. However, in the winners match, sSak did not go down without putting up quite a fight. In the first set, sSak pulled out a BBS where he did not show all of his marines as you lost that game. I would like to hear how you were feeling mentally at that point, losing the first game. The first set, sSak played a completely different build to what I had expected. And I should have pulled my drones back, but I kept fighting. I was upset with myself. But last season I learned not to allow the previous game to affect the next one. So I stayed calm and composed. So the 4-pull you went for in the second set was not an impromptu decision then. When we got the maps for the match, I thought I would have to go for a 4-pull there. But losing the first set got me hesitant. Losing with a 4-pull would have been done in such a vein. But I steeled myself given the wave of momentum I'm on, and I just went for it. Oh, I thought that perhaps you got angry losing that game and just decided to go for it on the spot. But it was a path you had laid out before coming here. With the score being 1-1, you once again found yourself in a difficult spot in the early to mid game in set 3. With a Speed Vulture and Valkyrie build, sSak expanded a lot, ultimately transitioning into late game mech. The solution you found was an Overlord drop. How would you break that situation down? The answer to late game mech is to gather a lot of resources and to fight efficiently. And to do those two, you have to go for Overlord drops as much as you can. But sSak endured better than I thought. I was taken aback, confused, but still, I did not give up my starting bases, and I think that let me get ahead. The casters were praising you for being cost-effective, and it was this efficacy that you brought up yourself that let you turn this unfavorable position around in a very inspiring way as you claimed victory in that match. You will now be playing a best-of-5 in the round of 8. What will that be like? I don't think I'll lose. Doesn't seem like he will lose, he says, clear and concise. I'm sure many colleagues helped you ahead of the round of 16. Please address them as well as the fans who lent you their support. I would like to thank Promise, my good friend, and Ample for helping me practice. Thank you so much. And our SSU members for coming here, and our boss Chungman for cheering for me. And I would like to thank my wife for making it possible for me to focus only on the game for 2 days straight.
팬들한테도 진짜
And I'm really
고맙습니다.
thankful to my fans.
네, 다시 한번 8강 진출 축하드립니다.
Once more,
박상현 선수
congratulations on
인터뷰
making the round of 8.
감사합니다.
Soma, thanks for the interview. Thank you.
자, 이렇게 오늘의 첫 번째 8강 진출자 박상현
We've just heard from
선수와
Soma,
이야기
our first player through to the
이어서
quarterfinals
플레이를
today.
더욱더 특별하게
Let's take a look at
즐거운
these
혜택,
special
구글 플레이.
gifts
구글
we have
플레이에서
prepared
오직
exclusively
ASL 여러분들을 위해
for you guys,
준비한
our
특별한
ASL
선물을
fans.
안내드리겠습니다. 자, 지금
Provided
바로
by Google Play.
구글 플레이 어플에 접속하셔서
Go to the Google Play
우상단의
app now.
프로필을 클릭하신
Click on your
후에
profile menu in the
결제
top
및
right.
정기 결제에서 코드 사용으로
Go to the
들어가
Redeem
주시면
Code tab
되겠습니다.
under the
준비하고
Payments and
계시죠?
Recurring Payments tab
자, 코드 입력창이
and input the
뜨세요.
code.
모두
Are you ready?
뜨셨나요?
You
자,
should have the
준비가
input code tab
되셨으면
open.
정확한
If
코드를
you're ready,
입력해
go ahead
주시면
and input the code
되겠습니다.
accurately.
자, 그럼 지금
So,
바로 코드를
Let's
확인해
take a look
보겠습니다.
at the code.
자, 코드가 등장.
And here we have it.
네, 오늘의 코드는 SS 알파벳
Today's code is SSEQ6KJGQ1CC7.
7입니다. SS 알파벳
I repeat,
Q
SSEQ6KJGQ1CC7.
자, 모두 빠르게 입력하셔서 포인트 획득하시길
Redeem the code and
바라겠습니다.
claim your
자,
points.
이어서 취어플 이벤트 역시
Now,
16강부터
we also have a cheerful event starting with a round of 16.
콘솔 경험을 느끼실 수 있는
We're giving away a
Razer
Razer Kishi V3, the new standard in handheld consoles for mobile gaming. Make a tasteful sign supporting the players, and the Korean commentators will directly pick 5 winners. Please make sure to check in at the reception desk and collect your prize.
자, 그럼 저희는 잠시 쉬었다가 오늘의 패자전과
We will take a short
최종전으로
break and
돌아오겠습니다.
come back with the losers and decider matches.
Oh my love, how can I get you off my mind? I'm starting to miss you half the time. There's nothing that I can do. Seen the light, but when I'm away from you, it's not right. I'm starting to miss you more each night. I hope that you miss me too. So I'm still holding on, love. Take me to the place I dream of. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. Yeah, I'm still holding on, love. Let me be the one you long for. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on, love. Take me to the place I dream of. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. what's about to be. All I know is that I can see. Look around, I look around. What's going on? Dystopia. I don't understand what they want with me. What is it? All I know is that I can see. Look around, I look around. What's going on? Dystopia. Hey, hey. Inflation got me scared like it's chasing. The globalistic mason got them all paper chasing. Look at the world we facing. Clouds from outer space and the moon is dripping blood from that chemical situation. Trains derailing, balloons sailing, America failing. Now we got them UFOs. It's a battle for our souls. They shake the earth, then they blame it on the Lord. The food is hiding underground. Yeah, I got my sword. They pushing jabs on us, but we ain't boosting. I guess the chickens are coming home now to roost there. The truth is coming out, where them sins are going in. Mike Lynn, what's the deal? Help me with the cell. Jones for 100, Alex, yeah, he knows the plan. Cause it's jeopardy, they bringing back the leprosy. Sodom and Gomorrah, it rains in California. Chirac is fighting back, the empire strikes black. Hey, I don't understand what's about to be. All I know is that I can see. Look around, I look around. Dystopia.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Sharp vs. Tulbo coming up. Fantastic series with Soma versus SAK. Soma survives 2-1 and gets that first spot in the round of 8.
Yeah. SOC looking so strong. Wow. Very excited to see how well he does this season, if he's going to be able to get out of this group or not. But a couple of tough opponents are going to be fighting for the chance to knock him out. Sharp going up against Tulbo. Tulbo, one of our big upset stories this season, taking out Shine and Larva to get here. He mentioned that he's not super confident in his Protoss versus Terran right now, which is surprising to me because historically he's been a lot weaker against Zerg and a lot stronger against Terran. But I guess we'll see against Sharp. But Sharp is really dangerous TVP. Like, he's really... no one gets Vultures in as much as Sharp does. Like, this guy will kill probes every game.
No, I mean, he's a really tough player to play against. Like, you know, he's always sniping workers. He's always doing damage here and there. He's very, very tactical. You got to be very careful and turtle with your Dragoons, but also be ready for possible pushes coming at you. And we're going to be on Silpit, actually, for this one. So let's get into it. Honestly, I think this is one of the best StarCraft maps ever made. I love Silpit.
Yeah, it's a really interesting, really cool map. And I kind of like the dynamics of it in TVP. Like, it feels like it's a little Protoss favored in the beginning, and if you get to a bigger macro game and Terran's pretty stable on like 4 bases, it becomes a little Terran favored. But there's like, it feels like there's a lot of options on both sides for different ways to play the map as well, which makes it really refreshing. I feel like I have a lot of very different looking games here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun one here. Tulbo, I think him along with Organ have really, you know, caused some major upsets and had some kind of exciting everyman stories in this tournament. You know, I think it's easy when you watch a lot of StarCraft and you kind of get used to who's the best, to just kind of assume that these groups play themselves, right? And these matchups, you know, it's obvious who's going to win. But I mean, this season in ASL, we had a ton of upsets in the round of 24, and we could have some here in the round of 16. I mean, already we're like a little bit over halfway through the day. I guess we're just about halfway through the day here, because it's best of 3s from here on out. But yeah, I mean, you know, let's see what Tulbo can do here. It's not going to be an easy group for him, but, you know, he's got 2 very strong Terrans to go up against.
Yeah. I think it's unlikely that he advances. I honestly kind of hope that he does, in a way, as much as I like Sharp and Sock, and I'll learn more watching them. It's just, the guy is so much fun. Like, I didn't expect that out of him, that he's got like a great personality, is like really funny and stuff. But yeah, I hope his play can match here. It looks like he's going to be putting on some Zealot pressure, which is pretty popular on Sylphid, but I feel like Sharp doesn't really miss micro. You know what I mean? Like he's pretty solid at holding off zealots, and if you give him, like if you're pressing a little bit too hard and he eliminates some units, the odds that he's going to counterattack and get something in to do some damage to you is pretty darn high. His micro is very good.
Yeah, this is definitely a common opener. And you're totally right, Artos. It's definitely popular on Sylphid. You do want to be careful because you can lose the gateway to a counter push. You have to be very careful to not overextend. This is one of the few builds that can really backfire if you misplay it. But you know, people that do this build, especially you're in the ASL level, are usually pretty solid at pulling it off. But it kind of forces the Terran to really tighten up their defenses and not let them play so loosey-goosey on their side of the map.
Yeah. He actually went for like the 11 gas factory, so it's like a quicker factory, but you get supply blocked there for a moment, and so your Marines aren't quite as quick here. But he should be completely fine. Like he knows the Zealot's coming, he knows what type of build order this is. His Vulture's going to get out really, really quickly, and I think he'll just expand. But sometimes, as a Terran player, you'll look at this and you'll be like, "Ooh, maybe I should make a few more Marines and actually counterattack and see if I can get that gateway or something like that." But I would imagine that Sharp won't take that type of risk because that can go wrong if you try to punish that hard.
So right now we're seeing Marines get forced out here. He is pressuring with the Dragoon and the Zealot. And when you do this build, you really can't waste time chasing the SCV around, which does let the Terran scout a little bit. But this is basically enough. Like you have to be very careful as Terran here.
Yeah, I'm actually
Protoss here, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm actually not completely a fan of how Sharp has approached this because he skipped his third depot. So he's playing with very limited supply here. And he will make the bunker, and in fact, I believe that might even be before the third depot as well. But Tobo doesn't really do much with his push, so it's not going to end up being a punish really here for Sharp.
Yeah, the Vulture did go around. And you got to be basically aware of that. So usually the formation here is to have one Dragoon basically at the entrance to make sure they don't get any scouting SCVs out. This Dragoon's going to come back here and just kill off the one SCV that's... Oh, he actually lost it. Oh, man. Oh, wow. That's really too bad. So Tobo runs up. He just wants to see the command center for himself because there is a possibility that it's like a 2-factory and he's going to get hit any second now. And then what you do with that final Dragoon is you plug up your entrance. So this is, I mean, it's a little bit bad that the SCV is still hiding. It's a very low HP SCV, so it's not going to be something that can go deep and probably go into the main here. Yeah, and then I assume from Tulbo, unless we have any kind of crazy games here, that we're probably going to just see him go into a robo and goon up and kind of go into a macro game.
Yeah. I think, you know, there was some potential for excitement with the openers, but nothing really happened. It was just like a pretty standard back and forth. Tulbo's doing an okay job stopping the mines. Like that one mine that Sharp ended up getting out. Well, I guess he killed a goon with one, so that's always worthwhile. But the mine that he has on the field is not particularly useful. But he's adding a second factory. He's going to do this little push out. This is a super, super common little push out. And you just bring the Marines in the tank to see. It's like, okay, maybe I can pick off a goon or something like that, keep him back. But mostly it's to make sure your Vulture can lay mines where it wants. By pushing the goons back, you could lay it on the expansions. Sometimes you'll lay it with the tank and Marines to try to help them push a little bit. But I feel like it's generally better to just lay the mines on expansions and just kind of have that additional information. Just like that, exactly like he's doing.
Yeah, so he's going to send the other Vulture around here to get the location here for this base in the middle, and probably the one that's below that as well. These bases, by the way, have less minerals at them, so you can take them. They are pretty hard to hold, but they also mine out really fast. So the first observer's out, and, you know, we're probably going to see a third base pretty soon here. There's a lot of different ways this game could go. The Terran could try to take a third base of his own or mass up a bunch of factories, and you know, Protoss hasn't even shown their definitive tech. You know, the robo tech is kind of the starting, like, kind of building block. But, you know, the reality is like, you know, you could go from carriers, or you could go into arbiters, or even, you know, Reaver into Psystorm. Like, there's a lot of different kind of games you can have here. And so we're a ways away from really knowing what exactly this is going to be looking like.
Yeah. I'm actually pretty interested to see if Tulbo wants to go Reaver here. I'd imagine that he will. It's like really strong on the map. Or is he going to do something like rush up to Arbiter from this spot? Those are really kind of the two big things that he could do here. Looking at Sharp Space, you know, he's getting his second add-on, Armory Academy, just kind of like filling in the back of the tech here for Terran. Going to get his upgrades going and everything like that. And I would imagine that he's going to add 3 factories up, but whether he'll push or not, that's another question.
So he's going to come out here. Now, you got to be careful if you're against Dragoon Vulture. Sorry, Vulture Tank is what I meant to say. Because the Vultures can just try to run by you. Oh, he's going to come up here and push the bunker. So if they skip siege mode, this is a really good move because you can actually take a pretty big fight up here at the entrance. The Marines are still able to tank quite a bit, but once you thin this out, you want to dive on these tanks. And this can actually be so bad for the Terran. Because these Dragoons, you can start to almost one-shot tanks. And it really goes to show you why if you skip Dragoon range, or sorry, if you skip siege mode, I don't know why I can't talk right now in this moment of the game. If you skip siege mode, yeah, the Dragoons can just run up here and punish you. Like, you know, Dragoons don't have to respect tanks that aren't in siege mode. So he's going to come up here now, and he'll even be able to gun down this tank here. I mean, it's just crazy how much the targeting will do.
This was really good by Tobo. Like, to kill that many tanks at the beginning of the game, Terran hates that. And he doesn't actually have Vulture speed, which is actually pretty rare for Sharp to not have Vulture speed at this point. That's the one thing that you're afraid of is like, okay, well, you traded a bunch of goons out. The Vultures have a better chance of getting in because you have less Dragoons to kind of fend them off. But without the Vulture, like, he just started Vulture speed, so there's no punish coming. Tobo's in great shape.
Right.
I think if Tobo just goes 8 gate here with his Reaver, goes into legs, and then goes 4 base, 5 base, I think that's like awesome. And he's just never going to be in danger of dying. No matter what, it's going to go to a really big game, which I think will do well for him in this position. Like, Sharp is not in a great spot losing all those tanks.
Yeah, this is I mean, this is really rough. Those tanks going down, I mean, that's really like the backbone of your push. It's going to be so much harder to go out on the map, especially since he did go for the Reaver with a shuttle. When the tanks get low in numbers, shuttles become a lot stronger because you no longer can, you know, try to obfuscate the position with like a ton of Vultures. And even if you have like 3 or 4 tanks, like the Dragoons and Zealots can't get to them. Now with the shuttles, you just drop right on top of them and suddenly they're totally really unable to do a whole lot against you.
What is like Sharp needs to expand, man. Like, if he tries an attack, I think that is foolish. Foolish at this point. After losing that many tanks, there's no way you scale up well enough to kill Tulbo with an attack. That would be completely shocking to me. It looks like he does realize that there is a Reaver, like, up towards the top there. He's actually building a really great missile turret right now. Brings his siege tanks out. Tulbo does have to pull back against this. You can't be wasting units, that's for sure. And Tulbo's getting his 4th base. Dude, I think Tobo right now is just outplaying Sharp. Like, he's doing a great job.
Well, you know, it's funny that, like, push we saw with the mines where you set up over there, there is a point where, you know, the Protoss gets to do that. They get about 7 or 8 Dragoons and move out. And, you know, when there's no siege mode up, and a lot of Terrans are skipping siege mode basically to get more factories up and have a stronger 2-base push. But, I mean, the punish, you saw it. I mean, the Dragoons basically just mowed down all the tanks, went into the main, and they put the tank count down from, like, I think it was like 6 with 2 more coming out. He killed off 6 total, and then the last 2 that came out basically were able to fight.
Oh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
You really want to keep the Shuttle Reaver with the Dragoons in a lot of these fights and kind of pair them instead of having these isolated attacks.
Now, I hope for Tobo's sake that his Zealot legs are about to finish. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen the Citadel myself. Wait, he doesn't have a Citadel?
Oh, he doesn't have one,
dude.
Artosis.
Like, every time Protoss loses to a 5 or 6 factory push, they don't have Zealot legs. Like, that is the number one thing that you need is Zealot legs. If you don't have Zealot legs, Terran just kills you. Like, the Zealots just can't close. And minefields with tanks behind them are not something Dragoons can deal with by themselves. Look at this. Oh, man. Yeah, like, you can't start your Citadel at 11 minutes 30 seconds. It's just not, that's not the time for it. Oh, I feel bad for Tulbo here, man. Like, he really played so well this game and just doesn't have his legs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that even happened.
I don't either.
Like, that's just like one of the things you get. Usually when you're getting the Reaver tech,
yeah.
and like in this case, he's got shuttle speed around. Then you would have at least gotten a Citadel or done something. And a spread like this, I mean, without the, the thing is, the Zealots, it's weird how they work. They soak up tank shots, but they also pull the mines into the Terran.
Yeah.
Like, and if you don't lay the mines, then they're just going to surround everything anyways. But when you have slow Zealots, they just die to the mines, and then nothing work. So like you're really missing the key tech that's going to let you actually fight this.
Yeah. And I think he had enough to probably save that Nexus. Like probably push Sharp back or at least make a game of it. But now he's lost a Nexus completely for free. It looks like he is getting ready to expand a couple times. Like he's building a pylon up here. He made a pylon wall down at that bottom left. High ground base. Sharp is making his own third command center. It's like a very late third, but he got enough damage with the push that I still think he's okay. Right? Like I did feel like Tobo was in the lead until Sharp was able to do this basically for free.
Sharp's doing a really good job of just scanning and killing the observers. There's somehow still one kind of hiding out over here, kind of right in the middle of everything. A lot of times you're trying to scan the edges of your push because that's usually where they are. Tobo's still growing pretty nicely.
Yeah, he's got a lot of supply.
The problem is that, with the tech being so late, it's a lot harder to like kind of get yourself unpinned here. Like this position here in the center is pretty strong.
Yeah, if Tobo attacks with everything and he has legs, he'll kill this easily. And he still doesn't have legs. Oh my god.
I can't believe my eyes. Okay, he just now gets it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, and as those legs come out, of course, he will just swamp over everything. And this will give him a nice supply advantage. His army is so much bigger than Sharp's right now after that. Up 40 supply. Sharp is going to be able to turtle up on this new base. But I'll tell you what, man, like... the only thing that Tobo has really done wrong this game is not make a Citadel on time. Other than that, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I'm kind of surprised Sharp didn't pull back from that position. Half of his units were at home. So it's like, no matter what, Tobo's going to crush it. He's not going to just leave that there. So, yeah, I don't know. Sharp, though, he's taking that third base. He's taking a fourth base right now. He kind of has a good eye on where Tobo's expanding to. The expansions for Tulbo aren't very fast compared to Sharp's expansions any longer. So, like, this game is very doable for Sharp. But, yeah, Tulbo, I don't know. It really could go either way.
The problem is that Tulbo probably could have won the game immediately had he had, Zealot speed ready to go, because he would have smashed everything, and then basically it would have been like one of the easier late games for PvT where you're just like containing them. Like you've kind of already won, you're just gonna like basically stuff them in the corner and starve them out. But that didn't happen, so he reclaimed the middle, and now he's gonna try to push in here. And this area, this like kind of semi-high ground to the right, it's not like I mean, you can still see up into it, unlike true high ground, which you have to get vision to see. It can be harder to break in there than it looks. Like, it can be a little bit narrow. When you get the tanks and the mines and the vultures there, it can be kind of difficult to get in there. By the way, second Robo, hyper-modern PvT play here. Just basically mass shuttles. He'll probably have Templars with Psystorm here eventually. And just be kind of, mass dropping and hitting everywhere. But, yeah, it's not going to be easy. I mean, it's... Oh, hold on a second. He's going to come in here again. Another shuttle. This could be a great moment to drop.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of doing some Zealot bombs in here and kind of weakening the position. Tobo having a hard time getting that base really up and mining, though. Now, he has a big group of units on the right-hand side of the map. He might actually be able to hit that fourth base and get rid of it. In the meantime, Zealot's just swarming over these siege tanks. Dude, Tobo killing this command center... That is huge. I just got chills seeing that this was a big group of Dragoons over here. Because killing this command center, like, that puts you really far ahead. Sharp is going to start running out of minerals in his main. And that third base is very light. The mineral patches are only 2/3 of a normal mineral patch. So that's not even going to last that long.
Man, he's even pushing in here with these Dragoons. This is actually kind of crazy. I did not expect this to occur. But he's going to basically separate everything that's out on the map here from what's at the natural. I love this.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. But the vultures get in here, and they're going to start to just murder probes.
This is a down and dirty game. They're doing a lot of damage to each other, really a lot. Because it keeps on going like, oh, I think Tobo's going to win. Like, he's really in a great spot. Oh, Sharp did a ton of damage. I think he might win. He's in a great spot. Oh, Tobo did a ton of damage. And then Sharp did a ton of damage again. Literally, like, that's what's going on here. And look at this. Like, Sharp comes in. He's going to kill so many of these units. Those mines have been left there forever. Those mines have been there for 1,000,000 years. So he's going to lose a ton of probes once again. Sharp, of course, always finding damage with his vultures. This is like how this guy plays. It's his superpower. But Sharp is like, does he have to float a command center out? Does he have to play a really turtled position? How does he continue to push? Like, it's going to be really hard for him to field a big army from here.
Either Sharp is going to have the craziest comeback ever, or Tulbo's going to slowly win this.
Yeah.
This is a really hard game here for Sharp. The thing is, I think that he actually could bust this third base, too. I think he could drive him all the way off that. Sharp's at least basically killed off a base every time he's pushed out, or Tobo would have already won the game.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's still a lot of room here for Sharp to continue to grow. Like, he's eventually going to be able to take the far right. The problem is that he's operating off a lot less. He hasn't caught up. You know, Protoss, right when they max out and Terran's not quite there yet, they're pretty comfortable. It's when Terran, you know, when Protoss is trying to basically take another main and make more gateways, then Terran start to max out, and then around that, there is where their upgrades really kick in, and that's where they start to get their own strength.
Well, the upgrades are a little bit slow this game. That's kind of the meta anyways right now for Terran. But I tell you, if Sharp had that fourth base up this whole time, if the Dragoons hadn't gone for the counterattack, I'd be totally happy with his position. But look at this bus coming in. He's got to run. He has to run. Yeah, he's pulling those SCVs away really, really quickly. He brings up a ton of siege tanks, and the command center is blocking somewhat. But this is dangerous. Skystorms can do a lot of damage in this area.
Yeah, he's going to get these zealots pulled through. I mean, this is just an incredible attack over here. And the tanks, oh my god. And, you know, this is why Skystorm is such a good late game spell, is that when Terran really bunches up in these entrenched positions, you can just nuke everything that's over there. And he's going to take all of that out. I love what I'm seeing here. So Sharp's going to come out. He's going to try to wrap around, apparently, and try to do some damage of his own here on the map. And this is a little bit desperate. He's basically trying to make his best defense a good offense.
Yeah.
And he's going to, you know, take this base out here. But really what he's trying to do is rush out on the map and try to do some kind of crazy push somewhere. And hopefully, you know, Tulbo won't be ready. And by the way, this high ground area that you're seeing to the top left, the one the Dragoons are moving through right now, this makes it kind of hard to move around the middle of the map. Like when Terran kind of send pushes down to the bottom, sometimes you have to traffic stuff through that little plateau.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to just get trafficked into mines and stuff like that. So Tulbo's got to be careful. This is not as open and as simple of a map as some of the other maps we have here.
Yeah, that's only a pathing thing. I know you already mentioned it, but just to mention again, those are not high ground bases, so you don't have like mischance and stuff right there. But it does, it chokes up movement. And in fact, a lot of the best Terran pushes siege tanks along the edge of it because it's just hard for zealots to really engage at that point. Sharp now pulling out every trick in the book. Look at this, a single siege tank drop on this mineral base, just trying to get some additional damage.
Boxer.
Yeah, seriously, like that's not a move that we haven't really seen that move utilized heavily since like 2002. But it's still a move you can do. You know, you got to get little bits of damage here and there, and but Tobo is definitely in control right now this game. Sharp is not mining very much. He's basically on a one base economy. He's going to try to retake and have a two base economy, but Tulbo, if he just brings all of his units together and attacks one area, he should be able to kill whatever's there.
Yeah, the problem is that Terran's trying so hard to get anything done on the map. He's basically just starting to bleed off units here and there. Like, you know, Tobo can kind of roam around the map here with the Dragoons he's got and do quite a bit. And it's 5 bases to 3. You know, that's kind of the dream for Protoss. Especially with the number of shuttles he has, he should be able to just crack this position open. Let's see how the drops actually go. Should be some Templars in some of these, I think.
Yeah, there they are, and gonna size from those SCVs. Oh my god, that was a lot of kills. A ridiculous amount of SCVs going down, and Tulbo's gonna take game 1, Tasteless. GG. Yep. Sick win from Tulbo. Dude, when he forgot, he actually has a tear going down his face. He's got so much adrenaline right now. That's great. Do you see that? There was literally
yeah,
a
his
tear
eyes
down
are
his
watering.
face. Yeah, like he's. This is an intense thing that we're witnessing here. Don't forget, he didn't get a Citadel and lost a base 100% for free, but still ended up coming back and winning that game. Great play from Tobo.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful game there by him. He had a great Dragoon push at the start. You know, I think a lot of lower level players are probably looking at that push at the bunker and with the tanks. They're like, well, how does he even know he can do that? You basically just run up, and if you see them like a tank in siege mode, you run back. But if they don't, you go, all right. You just run in there and start attacking.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a great way to punish.
It is.
A player. And, you know, again, I think a lot of people assume Terran would have siege mode. Most of the time they do, but sometimes the good players don't. They skip it. They try to be sneaky. And that's why you do little maneuvers like that in these games and get yourself into these great positions.
Totally. We're going to go to match point. Let's see what Tulbo has here, man. This is a cheesy map for Protoss vs. Terran.
Okay, Sharp in the bottom left, Tulbo in the top right. And, yeah, I mean, look, I'll tell you, you were mentioning it in one of the games we casted earlier, Tastosis. I do not like playing Terran on this map if I'm not cheesing.
Yes.
I think it's a really tough map. Like, you know, it's hard to create opportunities for yourself on a map like this. And usually, I think one of the better ways is to basically do a gas steal. You can do a fast expand. You can do a proxy. And I guess, you know, we'll see what Tulbo wants to do. But I would be surprised if he didn't do something to kind of punish the map itself.
Yeah, the most common build on this map is a gas steal Nexus first. And that can go either into Reaver or into Carrier directly, or oftentimes into Reaver, into Carrier. It's the ultimate Carrier map. And Carrier is the only way to win a long game here for Protoss, realistically, if the game is pretty even. Because it's the only thing that Protoss has that really outscales mech with upgrades. So I would imagine that we're going to see, like, just gas steal into a Nexus. And that's like really strong. I actually saw some interesting counters that Terrans are coming up on this map for that exact situation right now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like, I saw it yesterday, actually, and I was like, oh, where this happened and what the Terran player did because of the speed of the probe coming in. The Terran player scouted directly north behind the third base, because that's like the kind of buildable range where you could put gateways. Found no gateways and just made his command center, because he's like, nope, this is a Nexus first. You don't make a gate at home with this, because the probe comes out, makes its pylon, and then goes across the map. So, like, generally, when the probe comes in at this time, it's either a proxy gate, because it went really early, or a Nexus first. And look, let's see where his SCV is going. I just learned this yesterday. I'm so happy. I think he's going to do that. Like, he just went up, he checked. He's like, okay, no gates here. He'll send it across the map. But I think here he'll just go for the command center really quickly. That's my guess.
Yeah, the probe's continuing to be a nuisance here. This is why, you know, it's one of the hardest early games in StarCraft, honestly, is PvT when the Protoss gas steals.
Yeah.
Like, you can really abuse a Terran. And this has been, you know, in the game since the very beginning. Since people realized that, like, you don't want to go double racks against Protoss, and that you basically have to go Mac. That now we've got, you know, this play style that is just so strong of just kind of running in here and just denying the gas. That was kind of a funny exchange here.
Yeah, you never see someone Terran pull 2 SCVs. That's kind of a cute thing. But yeah, this is like a pretty standard opener from Tulbo. He is fighting with probes just a little bit here. He lost 1 probe, not the end of the world, and the Zealot comes out, so he's totally safe, and Sharp will run away. But yeah, this has become a pretty played position overall. Like the gas steal Nexus first, we saw that really pop off on Eclipse, you know, which was in the map pool for like 5 years or something. This really kind of got mastered, and it's really come into its own again here on Match Point. So I think Sharp is going to have good ideas about where he wants to go from here. But I would look at this position and say Tulbo's a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is very good for Tulbo here. I will say this isn't, the gas steal into a fast expand is maybe the least cheesy of the gas steals you can do. There's like a lot more, crazy all-ins that you can do, although those seem to have almost entirely gone away. And I don't know when they're going to come back. I'm sure they eventually will, enter back into rotation. By the way, look at that. So that's going to be, this is fast expand into Citadel. So this is unusual. Almost all fast expand games, you basically go into Robo, right?
Yeah.
So this is very cool to see. And I think the idea is you just walk DTs right across the map. And what happens in a lot of these games, you think about the last game where we saw siege mode skipped. And you think, well, that's not safe. But it's like, yeah, but if he gets away with it, he's going to have 2 more factories so much faster. And that means like way more vultures. And all you need to do is get siege mode right before the push. Well, what happens in games like this where you see the Protoss goes for a fast expand and you're kind of like just behind by like 5%, something like that, is you'll skip an eBay. You'll skip detection.
Sometimes. Oh, dude. Well, that's really sad because even the probes coming out like that, the amount of probes coming out, I would just make turrets in my main. I'm like, this is a DT drop.
Yeah.
When they try that hard, it's like that. This is the one thing that can't get scouted as Protoss. Like early DT pushes, many of my very few wins against professional Protoss players, they DT rush. Because if you figure it out, it's like it doesn't really do anything. You can stomp it. And he has scouted this in spades. He saw the Robo at the front. He sees the Dark Templar tech. It's not that hard of a position from here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just too bad. I kind of wanted to see what this would have looked like because I think that the DT rush is actually a pretty good idea here. But yeah, I mean, the element of surprise is everything there. Mini was doing this a decent amount a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
We don't see it as much anymore. One of the problems is if you do it and it doesn't work at all, like you're just dead. So by the way, this is actually going to be a DT drop instead.
Yeah.
I believe he should have a shuttle here. So for some reason I thought it was DTs just walking across the map. Yeah, let's see how he does.
Well, he's making turrets already. I would imagine he started an academy. Generally, when you see Dark Templar tech, you start the academy just to start building up energy so that you can do pushes if you want to. But yeah, he's... Oh my god, I can't believe that went off. You're really supposed to target and not allow that to occur. But Sharp's push is actually pretty dangerous here for Tobo. He sees the High Templar popping out there as well. Huh.
That's crazy. He went for 2 Templars right after. I mean, you just never see Storm that early ever. So I mean, that's a cool idea.
Super rare. I hit that 1 or 2 times where they followed the DT drop with a Storm drop, and I was like, what the hell is that? I think that's the idea that he has here, though, because the mineral patches are in a really awkward spot at the natural on this map. So, like, getting a High Templar drop off there isn't too bad.
God, this is a nightmare for Protoss right now. I can tell. I mean, you're so up against the ropes. You've been teching so greedily. You're like barely hanging on with like almost nothing. You have the most insane big building positioning just to stop a completely normal amount of vultures from ruining the entire game.
Yes. It is an insane building layout. Look at that. What is that, SimCity? Oh my god, that's like, it reminds me of playing on old Blizzard maps where like you'd expand to an island and you don't know what you're doing and like your buildings barely fit and you're like, all right, I'm making this army over here.
If this game goes on for a long time, he's gonna have to go through like 3 different screens of gateways to macro. Like this, you have these like setups early on and later on, you're like, oh my god, this is like, like the feng shui of my base is so bad right now. I can't get anything done conveniently or normally. And vultures are going to come in here. They're still doing damage. I mean, he's now made a forge like this is a PVZ or something, and there's mutas that are going to fly in here.
Well, with the drop ship out, I think you do need that cannon in there. Sharp is still finding so much damage, though. Like, he's not even making tanks, man. I don't know if he even has any siege tanks at this point. He's just pumping out vultures and dealing damage to Tulbo. The only thing he needs to do is make sure he has like 3-4 siege tanks by the time Tulbo stabilizes, and he'll be completely fine. Sharp has already taken a third base ahead of Tulbo. And one of the funny things is, it is super rare to see High Templars as the follow-up to a DT drop type build. But like normally you're a little bit nervous that there's going to be like a quick recall following it, right? Like they follow up the Dark Templar drop cheese with like trying to recall you real quick or something like that. And he doesn't even have to worry about that. Like he's seen the High Templar. He knows where the gas is gone. He knows it's going to be like Psy Storm and stuff. And he can just like expand and like put up some missile turrets and feel pretty good about everything.
Okay, so he's driven the mines back pretty reasonably. You know, it's a funny thing because when this kind of tech, you normally don't get shuttle speed, which makes you like a lot weaker in the late game. I wouldn't, and I feel like I never see people do this, but I think it would be worth it to actually see somebody just get robotics and get speed here.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice dodge, by the way. Oh,
that's a nice place to storm from.
So, yeah, no, we can really abuse these positions here. But yeah, like I just want to point that out because I think we're gonna go into a long game here. Like they're both gonna have 3 bases up, but normally when you see late game Templar shuttle, you have shuttles with speed, and you're really able to do just like way more, because of the agility of the shuttle.
You can get into basically any position with speed shuttles. Like you just fly over the turrets. You say, okay, I'm gonna lose this shuttle, but I'll get a couple good storms off.
Yeah,
and you know that can
the
be
price of 2 zealots, and
or 4 SCVs, and you're going to kill more than that. So it's like, okay, you know, yeah, a lot of times that can be a really good trade for Protoss. Maybe not this particular game because the third base is very, very late here for Tulbo, who's going to attack with 4 or 5 Dragoons here. Oh, okay, he actually just brings them to tank to get a storm off. Dude, he's playing. This is such a funny looking game, isn't it? Like, what is this little outpost of units for Tulbo that Sharp is actually? It's like he's afraid of it. I feel like he should just bring his units up the hill and kill those units. You know, lay a few mines up there and just be like, no more storms. Stop.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. It's like, it's a comp you never see, and it's all because the DT rush failed, so he just like hard switched into Templars. And there's a reason why you don't normally see this. By the way, I don't know how I didn't see this. There is a Robo support bay here, so he will get shuttle speed. So I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if that was just made or if that was there for a while.
It was cloaked.
Yeah.
Now that happens sometimes where you just don't see the building. I felt like that's what was going on in the previous game when I was like, does he have legs almost? I was like, I must have just missed it. Like, of course he has a Citadel, man. We're at 11 minutes. But yeah. It looks like he will be getting that shuttle speed, but Sharp is still getting a lot of damage. Does another little Slayer's Boxer-esque drop there. His Vulture's still rotating around, finding ways to get in and get some damage. He's doing such a great job with his harassment. Look at how close the supplies are right now. Like, as Terran, you're so happy with numbers that look like this.
By the way, I mean, these Vultures getting in between here, we're seeing Dragoons just kind of move without observers. It's always a bad sign. When you see a Protoss just send a Dragoon deliberately into mines to clear it, you know that they are falling apart. It's like, you know things are getting so bad right now.
Yeah.
And you are so desperate to just clear the minefield that you are like basically giving away something that could kill a mine for free if you just had an observer there. Like, it's bad.
It is bad. That's definitely, I always have a little smile when I see Dragoons walking into mines. Oh my God, and High Templars too. Well, I guess they cost less minerals than a Zealot. You know, this is, it's a tough position here for Tulbo. It really feels like Sharp should be able to take this. Although, I'm a little bit hesitant on this push from him, even though everything's gone his way. He hasn't really hit the critical mass of Terran Army where I feel like you're basically invincible. But he's taking a really good position here. I really like where he's sieging up.
Oh, God. Man. Okay, hold on. Big drop here. He's got to get to this position with the Goliaths and the tanks, and he can break that. Where are the temp? Oh, there they are. Excuse me. Beautiful storms here. The problem is he's not. Oh, no, he actually is kind of getting in there, man.
Dude.
Looked like he might not quite have enough for a little bit. The problem is his storms killed everything off, and then there were no Dragoons left to keep fighting. It's been such a scrappy game.
I didn't realize there was a lake on match point, man. Damn, it was like the elephant graveyard from Lion King down there for the Dragoons. He lost like 8 Dragoons while I was watching Zealots pour out onto the siege tanks. But Sharp continues this push forward. A lot of Psystorms going off. But Sharp still has a standing army here. I can't believe how many Psystorms I've seen cast already, by the way. This is, like, absurd how many Psystorms he's cast already this game.
I mean, he is a beast, man. That's funny. It looked like he wanted to both pick them up and morph that into an Archon. Oh. The problem is that, like, when you see Terran set up with a small amount of units, if you can't get stuff down here, you're probably never going to be able to break this. He's going to send some Dragoons around.
Well, Speed Vultures are the fastest unit in the game, so if you have a moment to get them over there, lay some additional mines, it becomes so much harder to break. It's got these Vultures laying some mines in the center, sets up a Siege Tank as well. That's a great place to set up a Siege Tank. He's really got Tulbo trapped. Like, how do you engage? He's going to have to just utilize shuttles. Hey, that Archon finished. I thought for sure that thing would pop. He got the Archon in the shuttle, which actually could be pretty useful here.
Yeah, he needs to get some more Dragoons around the bottom here and basically get in between this army. And then he can kind of set up to flatten this. But he's not going to be able to squish it until he can get something over there. And, I mean, it's getting scarier and scarier. He's got Reavers out here now.
Oh, jeez.
I think this is always a welcome tech when you get in a game that's been going on for this long. You know, the Reaver, especially if you drop that with a bunch of stuff, you know, one Scarab can blow up so much. But I just, it does seem like Sharp's kind of getting into a position where, like, I don't know that Tobo can stop it. By the way, one of the problems for PvT on this map, there's, like, really nowhere to expand to. A lot of PvTs, when you're on 4-player maps, you kind of, like, look at it and you go, wow, he's over here, but I'll expand away from him. Or, you know, he's got a Vulture this main, I'll go to the other main. But on a map like this, like, it's kind of hard to actually get away with anything. Great control by Tobo here, by the way.
Tobo lost 1 Dragoon to, like, 10 Vultures.
That's crazy.
There. And Sharp is, like, the best at laying mines like that. So that actually was really well done from Tobo. Blocks that. That's a little bit wasteful from Sharp. Does he really need to do something like that right now? I'm not so sure he does. Now, Tobo doing a counter drop here. Drops a Reaver out. But, well, it looks like he's going to be able to run most of those SCVs away. It doesn't seem like his economy took a big hit here.
It seems like he thought there would just be less over there. I think he doesn't realize how strong the position for Sharp is. Like, what Tulbo needs to do is actually focus on clearing the middle out. And instead, he's trying to, like, have these diversionary attacks. And he just threw away a lot of shuttle units back there. So he's finally gotten in between this. So now this army is going to be manageable. He can come here from behind. The problem is that Terran grew during all this. And frankly, Protoss kind of threw away a lot of stuff in the process.
But Tulbo finally clears this. He didn't lose the Nexus.
Yeah.
He's got 4 bases up and running. Sharp, though, is going to have 4 as well. He's sending SCVs to the top left right now. So still, Terran should be feeling like he's winning this game. Tulbo, you know, the problem, the number one problem, I think, with this spot is, like you said, there's not really places to grow to. It's like there's 12 and 6, and that's all that's left. So if Sharp just stays turtled and scans consistently, just making sure there's no carrier switch, how do you kill him? Because you're not gonna, you shouldn't be able to break him. Like, he's got enough supply. If he just kind of centralizes on that high ground there, like, how do you break any of these bases?
You know, it's funny. I appreciate these maps when I play on them. When you don't have a lot of bases, it really kind of forces you to kind of, like, know you have enough and not be greedy, you know? But it's tough. It's tough because when Terran gets a really strong push going on you, you don't have anywhere to kind of, you know, retreat, expand into. And Sharp is like 20 supply ahead, which is, you know, it's always the opposite if you're even. In most of a PvT is the Protoss is about 20 supply ahead. And it seems like Tobo's trying to kind of force something that I don't think is going to happen right now. If anything, he should just be taking a 5th and maybe even a 6th base and kind of just, like, you know, getting 1 to 2 shuttles with Templars and kind of getting ready to, like, either counterattack somewhere or you know, try to storm and chip away at the army. But, you know, this is looking pretty bad. It just feels like Protoss is not grown enough to where you're going to be comfortable here as you go into late game.
Well, I mean, it really looks like this is the type of position that you imagine as Terran on this map, where it's like, okay, I have my 4 bases, I'm getting my upgrades, I have a lot of missile turrets up, a lot of mines laid. You know, holding this high ground, that's kind of the central location. You should put a little bit of defense at the other ramp, like maybe build a couple depots, lay some mines, whatever it is. You know, just slow Protoss down slightly so you can react with the rest of your army. So it feels like this should be going to game 3. I have a hard time imagining how Tobo wins this game. Like, he has to have the most insane storms ever from here on out.
Yeah, oh, the EMPs are so good. This is why you have to have shuttles the whole game. You need to basically... I mean, the shuttles basically shield the Templars from EMP. Because if you EMP a shuttle, it's not like it's going to go inside the shuttle and hit the Templars, right? But, you know, when you just get EMP, the Templars are on the map, you're just going to get completely run over. But these kind of pushes, if you have Shuttle Templar, you can kill this. You can shut down 2 or 3 storms, reposition. Hold on a second. Here we go. Big attack coming in here. Oh, my God. I think he stormed his observers, but still... I mean, that was a pretty incredible attack. The mine's going to come up here. Terran's going to win that fight. Yeah, Terran's going to win that fight, but that was still a nice attack there from Tulbo. But, you know, kind of a weird game. A lot of that, you know, it's all that butterfly effect concept where, you know, you step on the wings of the butterfly and then it, you know, it prevents a hurricane from happening, you know, in the future. Like, the SCV spotting the DT rush off of Nexus first was massive.
Exactly.
And I liked what Tulbo did. He really showed like a lot of ingenuity in just switching into like the fastest storm drop play and kind of showing a style that you basically have never seen before that early on. Like, you see shuttles much later, but like slow shuttles with Templars and Dragoons, that's him trying to salvage, you know, what would have just been DTs getting blown up walking towards turrets, right? He had to do something. So we're tied up 1-1. Remember, guys, the loser of this is out of the ASL.
Yeah. Good surprising strategies coming out of Tobo here today. We're going to go to knockout for our final map. The spawn positions could play a lot in this final game. And of course, what is Tobo going to open with? I feel like he's brought good plans, but hasn't necessarily executed them as well as he could have.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go to knockout, man. Great games. Honestly, Tobo looking a lot better than previous seasons. You know, you got to remember, this has been like a real emotional roller coaster. He had some poor Zealot control, died to Soma, had an incredible game on Neo Sylphid, had a close game on match point. Ultimately, he was outplayed there by Sharp, who kind of stuck to his guns and didn't waver. But it's one more game. And of course, the winner of this will face off against SOC here in the final match of the evening. Okay, we have both players in the bottom, Sharp on the left side and Tulbo on the right.
So this generally is going to give a slight advantage towards Sharp, I would say, just because you have the option of that bottom push path, like a really strong 3-base push where you push onto his kind of high ground 3rd base. I think that's, you know, that's something that can be tricky for Protoss to deal with, although I don't think it's like the best move in the whole world. It can be strong. Yeah, I'm interested to see if Tobo's going to do something like a Nexus first here, because I feel like he might. I think it's a good map for Nexus first, by the way, because you have that little divot, so even if you have to fight over it, a lot of times you can force Terran to have some units on low ground and miss shots. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Nexus first from Tulbo.
Yeah, I think Nexus first is great on this map. By the way, I just want to make a quick announcement here, just in case people don't know. I know we mentioned this in the round of 24, but you know, a lot of people, they skip around in VODs or they're not listening for certain parts. Our casts will premiere on SOOP always. So they're actually going up earlier than normal. They're on our SOOP pages.
That's right. So it airs on both simultaneously. And I immediately post the VOD links on the Patreon, and that's a post everyone can see, so you can check that out. Oh, it is going to be Nexus first, by the way. But definitely, guys. Like, I'm pretty happy that we're getting the videos out quicker. It does go on YouTube 2 or 3 days after it's on the SOOP.
Yeah, I think it's 48 hours after it airs on SOOP.
Oh, okay.
So it's still up there, but it's getting out a little bit quicker. But I know we have people, because Tastosis and I both stream during the weekdays, so we get a lot of people coming there being like, where are the VODs? You can actually find them there. So if you're watching this right now, like on YouTube, the other game is probably already up on SOOP. You could go right to that afterwards.
That's right.
So
That's
just,
right. And
yeah.
so, like, compared
It's
to previous...
Artosis
yeah,
and Tasteless TV
on SOOP.
on SOOP.
Yep.
So, yes.
And I
Super
always put some links to those VODs. So, you know, SOOP is the...
SOOP.
Yeah, it's the main place to go for StarCraft. It's where all the Korean pros stream. So, may as well make an account and follow our channels and stuff. But yeah, it's quicker than any other season as far as getting the VOD out there. So we're pretty happy with that. So hope that you guys are enjoying this season and everything. So thanks.
Yeah. Just want to get that announcement out there. Back into this game. This is Nexus First, and it's, I think, literally the greediest of all the Nexus First builds. So he went for one gate core. So, you know, there's basically 3 types of Nexus First builds. There's the double gate where you get 2 Zealots and then 2 Dragoons and then 4 Dragoons, and that's pretty rush proof. There's the Forge, it's like Gateway Forge expand, Nexus First, which basically won't die to other types of rushes, but can die to certain siege tank pushes.
Yep.
And then there's this one, which can actually die to quite a bit. But if you don't rush it in time or the Terran's not ready to, the Protoss gets way more probes with this. Like, it's pretty strong, man.
He's looking for a gigantic lead to start this game.
Yeah, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, Sharp, it looks like Sharp is just going to expand. Like, I see a red dot at his natural, so I think he's just getting ready to make the command center. Yeah, he does. He makes the command center.
Ooh, I love the pylon there.
That's smart. I like that, too. A Vulture is out, so he's got to actually be really careful about that. Sharp was very clever in putting some pressure on with the Marines, keeping the probes back from where they'd make a wall, and he mined out the minerals on the ramp. So there's a chance this Vulture slips up right before a Dragoon comes out, because it was an 11 gas. 11 gas is better against Nexus First by far, because the Vulture gets there before the Dragoon is out.
I have so much respect for Tulbo evacuating the probes back there.
Yes.
A lot of times you're like, oh, you don't want to have probes going from your natural to your main to your natural, but like, he had to do that. If he stayed there, he would have lost like 4 probes to a Vulture.
Totally.
So he's playing a really tight early game. And as strong as Nexus First is, like, there's a lot of really important decisions that have to be made and have to be done perfectly to pull this off. Like, Terrans have a lot of strong rushes and a lot of great techniques to try to punish this.
I'm honestly really surprised that Sharp didn't rush this Nexus First. I think it's because he went 11 factory. Your Marines are a little bit slower, but your Vulture's faster, so it kind of makes sense to go into the build he went into. But at the same time, he did an End Scout, which is primarily to find a close Nexus First to bust, and it's the most bustable. Like you said, it was the greediest one. If he had done a Marine SCV Vulture pull, he gets the Nexus 100% of the time. That doesn't mean that he just wins the game, though, just so people are clear. Like, Protoss will have a huge probe lead still, and it kind of comes down to how the follow-ups go. Terran would be at a little bit of an advantage, I would say, though. So, anyways, kind of a strange opener, but Sharp is getting his mines down. He's got his expansion up. But I really don't mind Tulbo's position. Like, this is not an easy spot to play as Terran.
Yeah, no, this is great. I mean, you know, from here, I want to see what kind of tech Tulbo is going to do, because, you know, when you see these fast expand builds, the tech can be so many different things. It could be fast carrier, it could be fast arbiter, or even fast DT into arbiter, like DT drop, for instance. Could be Reaver into a faster third base. There's a lot of ways to cut it. You know, the Terran, you know, you can see that the scans, you know, a little bit later here, but when you do scan, you need to figure out what kind of game you're going to be in here against the Protoss, because there's a lot of different games you can have.
It doesn't feel like there's a strict meta right now for Protoss versus Terran. Yeah. I've actually been really favoring faster Academy builds myself, because, like, Arbiter's very popular again. A lot of people are rushing Carrier, and, of course, Reaver is always popular. So it's like, I do appreciate that he's trying to get that scanner up relatively quickly and figure out what is Tulbo up to, because Tulbo's brought, like, a wide range of strategies tonight. Like, you actually kind of have to worry about it, even though, like, if I think of all the Tulbo ladder games I've watched, it's like, yeah, he goes Reaver with speed shuttles like every game. But here in this tournament, like, he's coming in pretty well prepared. So Sharp is going to go ahead and scan and figure out what's going on. Doesn't figure out too much from that, though, does he?
Yeah, and it's going to just be 3-gate into Nexus. I do feel like a lot of the games I see with good players, they start the tech even before the third Nexus. But I don't think there's a, some kind of like law in the nature of the game that you would have to play that way. You know what I mean? So I think it is fine to just go get some Dragoons and come out and then get a third Nexus. And he might even be waiting to see, is Terran going to make a third factory or another command center? Right?
Absolutely.
Maybe that's one way to play it. It's a Protoss gets to just react to the Terran for once,
Well, he did go the greediest Nexus first and got away with it. So, like, this is the perfect opportunity for him to scout what Sharp is doing and then be like, okay, well, I have 3 bases. Oh, you go 5-fact, I go 8-gate and Citadel. Right. And there it is. That's 5-fact. But that's normal. Like, most people are going to do that whether they're taking a third or attacking. And Tulbo has his Reaver tech. The only thing is add the Citadel. Tulbo, just make that Citadel, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've got the faith that he's going to have that. By the way, the 5-fact doesn't mean necessarily a timing push, right? Like, you can just make a Nexus later, right?
Yeah, it's actually the safest way to go about things. Like, a lot of times 5-factory takes a third command center by 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So, like, you can totally do that. You can also make it look like you're going to push and then make the command center, like, slightly later. In my opinion, most games should basically be 5-factory and then kind of deciding. It's like, okay, what's it look like? Right? Is he expanding too fast? Do I have room for this? But look at this. Tobo coming down the ramp. Oh my gosh, Tasteless. He's picking off multiple tanks right now. This is gigantic. Tobo's going to win this game.
I cannot believe that he's going to get all these tanks. This is so bad. This is just like game 1. Only this time, like, siege mode was here. He just didn't appreciate that, like, Tulbo can just run up here and just kill you. And, dude, there's like 8 Dragoons with 1 health. What am I even looking at? That is 6, like, 1 tank, not even in siege mode. Shot kills that. That's insane.
Dude.
Oh
my gosh.
So the 5-factory, dude, all of the same problems that Sharp had in game 1 are happening in game 2. It's funny. The circumstances were slightly different, but the outcomes are probably going to be the same here. The tank count has been so heavily reset, Terran doesn't have any authority when moving out. And any overextension, the Dragoons are just going to pick off these smaller, weaker units so easily.
One of the most important things to remember when you're playing against Nexus first is to be extra careful with your units. Because they're already going to have an advantage there. And if you, like, lose anything kind of for free like we just saw, the position becomes almost unplayable. Like, you have to be very, very careful with your moves. And he just was not. He started to move out not knowing where the army was, and Tulbo instantly jumped on him. Ooh.
Oh. Some god-tier Reaver shot just cleared out the Goliaths. And 2 more tanks go down. And you're starting to kind of see Sharp feed Tulbo here, with little bits of units. It's like, Protoss units, when you got just enough Dragoons with ranks, like, look at this. This actually could be fatal here.
Yeah.
These final 2 Dragoons. He's going to draw them into the mines. But, I mean, look at this, man. It's just more tanks going down. By the way, you are happy to trade a couple of Dragoons for a couple of tanks. These units are not the same in value at all.
Not at all. Especially in this position. Like, he's got the tempo lead because of the Nexus first, and it was the greedy one. Like, the guy has so many probes. He's probably at 70 probes right now. And he can just, like, produce so much. It's no problem. His 4th base just finished. He even has cannons, so Sharp can't really do harassment. Like, all he needs to do is get legs, get storm, make gateways, continue to expand. Look at this. He's taking his 5th base before the 3rd lands for Sharp. Sharp, at this point, to win this game, he needs Tulbo's help. Like, Tobo has to be really wasteful with armies. I'm going to say 3 times. He needs to really have bad attacks 3 times to lose this game. And I am not joking about that. I bet you would agree with me on that. This is a bad spot for Sharp.
I mean, it's really bad, dude. I mean, I could certainly lose this game. You got to put me in Tulbo's seat. If you Tastosis is going to hop in here,
I would give you 51% to beat Sharp if you took over Tulbo's control right now. Like, I've seen you macro. You can do it.
Thank you, Artosis. Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of these games where you made some really big blunders early, and you're just not the same kind of Terran, man. I've said in other casts, like, you know, one of the simplest ways to look at games a lot of times, like TVT and PVT, is to just count how many tanks have been killed. Because the tank is by far the best unit. It costs the most gas. It does the most damage. And when you see like a ton of tanks like that killed early, like you're just in such a worse spot. I mean, we could have had a game. Let's say that they hadn't really attacked into each other and Terran was growing. Terran would have had, I think, literally 10 more tanks right now. Literally.
Yeah.
10 more tanks.
Really? Yeah, he's
plus
lost.
what you already see here.
He lost like 6 or 7 on the first move out, and then he lost like 4 more. Like, I think, yeah, it's at least 10 more tanks he would have. And it's a huge difference. Like, the thing is, like, a lot of StarCraft 1, a real-time strategy game, yeah, okay. But really, it's about kind of logistics more in a way, where it's like, okay, I have this much economy, this is what I can afford, and this is how I'm scaling, right? And the tanks are what allow you to outscale Protoss even though they have more bases. Like, you get enough tanks that you get cost efficient in these attacks. But, like, his tanks are just coming, like, it's going to be slower for him to get there, which means Tobo will have more in, you know, comparison, which means, like, yeah, a lot of things kind of have to go wrong. And, look, this is the best idea for Sharp. Push along the bottom and hope that Tobo really screws up trying to hold this. Like, you can get very cost efficient here. Do a nice spread, lots of mines. You see he's floating a building. He's going to start poking there. He can take a 4th base behind this. This is what I was talking about, how the bottom is a little bit better for Terran if you're both bottom or both top. But I think Tobo, with the speed shuttles, the amount of zealots he has, I don't think this is going to be that big a problem.
I think the speed shuttles are the perfect way to handle this when you've killed off this many tanks earlier on. Oh, my God. He should not be dropping the Reavers first. Always drop that last.
Yeah.
But he does just chuck down these storms, man. Blanketing this area, wiping these tanks out. There's still a little bit more coming from Sharp, honestly, but, you know, Tulbo's got what he needs here. He's got the macro engine. He's got, I think it's something like 10 gateways in his main. He could probably even get some more if he wanted. Now, you know, the one thing I can see Sharp maybe being able to pull off here is he can kind of, like, expand into the bottom and push here.
Yeah.
That's going to really free up the top of the map for Tulbo to go ham on if he wants, but you can just kind of like push this mineral only base and maybe make this work, and then maybe from there, if you kill this mineral only base, you would push in there and try to seal off the natural. But I mean, Tulbo's going to come down here and try to smash this again.
And even if he doesn't, just slowing it while he takes the top is a great strategy in this type of position. Like, he has a probe waiting on top right to take another base at main. We'll see. Like, honestly, he should just throw it down. He has enough minerals. He's never going below 400 minerals. He should just make the Nexus. But yeah, as long as he just slows this for Sharp, the position is so tough. You can see the look on Sharp's face. Like, he looks sad. He's known as a really strong TVP player, a really strong tournament player, but it looks like Tulbo's going to end up taking him out here. There's not a ton of play left for him. He has to make this push work, and he needs Tulbo to just waste armies, which Tulbo's not doing.
I mean, he lost both games in kind of an identical situation of just not being ready with his tanks to fight Dragoons outside of his base. You know, it's really somewhat basic stuff, but it's kind of funny to see that it happened twice in such an important series. I mean, this guy's been in the finals of ASL. You know, he's one of the greatest Terrans to ever touch the game. But right now, I mean, Tulbo is stealing the show here. More drops coming in, and probably some more storms with that as well, or not, or the Templars just out here mad dogging these tanks. And I mean, look, I think from here you can probably maybe push through here and actually just take out the 6 o'clock spot. By the way, in my mind, I thought there was a command center here by now, but there's not.
Yeah, you'd think he would.
Tulbo's about to go on 6 bases, and it's still Sharp on 3.
Oh boy. Yeah, he's going to be running out of minerals pretty soon here. Finally getting a science facility. You know, he's still trying. He's still trying to win the game. Like, he recognizes that he's going to need better upgrades if this game is going to go. You know, if he wins this game, it's like, it's got to go to 45 minutes, right? Like, there's no quick way to win this as Terran. It's just, it has to be an insane grind from here. But I love that Tobo has taken top right. I think that he should just clear the entire map of mines, just send some zealots around, send some goons with observers around, right? Like, get ready to take the whole top, because Sharp is centralizing everything in the bottom. And you were mentioning how it's like really strong to expand it at the top if he's doing this. Just think about where Sharp's army is. He has no response to expansions up top. Can he ever attack top right if there's like 2 cannons there? No, he can't do it because all of his units are at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right, Tastosis. Like, Sharp is going to have to, like, really, it's going to be really grindy. It's going to be really long if he does this. I think he could just, like, try to turtle up with turrets and, you know, really play a very tight game. Well, hold on a second. We got another attack coming in here. This is maybe a little bit overkill, but I can't say I blame Tulbo. I don't think Tulbo was expecting there to be just literally one tank over here.
Yeah.
Great storm on the tanks up there.
That's the funny thing.
A lot of times in games like this, I love to see like 4 Stargates thrown down and 2 cybernetics cores.
Yeah.
And you just go for like carriers 4 at a time. Like you go 4, 8, 12, and you're just upgrading. Yeah.
Do you ever need the 12?
air attack and armor, but that's what happens, right? You're going to lose a couple carriers, but you're just getting them out in these quads because the one thing Terran can do is they can just turtle up super hard and shuttle play. It's kind of hard to break it open when there's like a ton of mines and a ton of turrets.
Yeah.
And the tanks are well spaced. And sometimes going into carriers, you know, especially when you have like, you know, mass upgrades in the ground and in Psystorm, sometimes that's a great way to kind of force the Terran to re-engage you.
That is true. I would like to see him take another base before that, but yeah, I think that is, if they are going to just purely turtle, which is kind of the counter to that style, that's a great way to play it, is to just go into carrier. Because carriers, we were talking about that in the mech versus Soma game, where there's just a few things that really force Terran to attack, and carriers is definitely one of them.
Uh-oh. All right, well, dropship goes down. Yeah, Tulbo needs to... So there's a couple more boxes to tick in this pretty winning game here from Tulbo. And by the way, it is getting a little shaky. I mean, these vultures are killing a lot of workers. He's a little sloppy up here. He needs to get, like, you know, I don't know, 5 or 8 gateways in that base at the top right. And then he needs to have a mirrored position in the top left, ideally.
Yeah.
That's another way to kind of just ensure that you can't die. Terran, if Terran can ever get up to 5 bases, this game can go on for a lot longer, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised he just took that much damage from one dropship with 3 units in it. Like, he's not really... He didn't take the defense of that base very seriously. He let a tank and 2 vultures kill like 12 probes and 2 cannons. So like that's pretty painful. He's gonna go ahead and attack in here. He's finding areas where there's not that many tanks set up. Sharp has a lot of supply right now. So we're kind of entering the era where if Tobo gets really wasteful, maybe a counterattack could open up for Sharp.
Okay, nice storms again. Tulbo is really powering through this. I love what I'm seeing here. Again, he's going to melt a lot more of these tanks, but Sharp fights back enough. He's got just enough. Now, Tulbo can go back and re-macro this out. Okay, look at that. So Tulbo's only got +3 attack. I hope he's getting armor. I have seen some of these games where Protoss just doesn't get armor. I really do think you need to have armor and then eventually even shields to be viable.
I think every upgrade, as you get bigger and bigger, like the more bases you get, it just doesn't make sense not to get it, because it like does help. It's like, well, I'll tell you what, when you're spending, you know, you're losing hundreds of units a game, an additional +1 armor is going to do more than an additional Dragoon or whatever, you know, like for sure,
yeah, I mean,
for sure.
Yeah. So, man, you know, it is looking a little messy over here, dude.
Yeah, it's getting to a weird game here. And the thing is, Sharp is so good at comebacks. He really, really is. Oh, if there's Psystorms in here. He was a little bit late getting these Psystorms out, man. There was a lot of SCVs there that could have been killed.
Yeah, he's a little bit shaky here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, one of the issues is that when you see Terran, you know, like the position Terran's in, right? Like Terran is a lot of times only mining from 2 patches, like the main and the natural, or the natural and the third, or in this case, the third and the fourth. And when you get Psystorm drops there, you are hitting so many SCVs.
Yeah.
It's insane. And, you know, Terrans a lot of times aren't used to making SCVs anymore at this point in the game, right?
It's true.
You're just macroing. But, you know, you got to watch for that because, you know, 1 or 2 more Psystorm drops. Remember, those SCVs are not going to regen health. There's no medic in the mineral patch that's going to heal them. They're not going to repair each other. And that can really start to add up here. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for more Psystorm drops. Sharp is taking the space at the top left. And by the way, Protoss basically cannot allow Terran to take another main and natural. Like this, it's... I think a lot of people that follow StarCraft don't appreciate this enough, is that like Terran in like a competitive game really should not be allowed to ever get 5 or more bases. I mean, they get up to 5 sometimes, and it's a nightmare for Protoss late game. But like, if you see like a Terran on 6 or 7 bases, like that is a portal to hell for Protoss.
Yeah.
It's just that so many more tanks, that's so much more. It doesn't mean Protoss can never win, but it's like you should not. It's kind of like the equivalent of seeing, oh, he's got 12 carriers with an arbiter over it, and the carriers have +3 attack and plus, you know, 3 armor. You know, it's just like you can't let that occur. GG. It does not occur. Tobo wins.
Wow.
And what has been an emotional journey here. And by the way, a painful defeat here for Sharp. I mean, you can really feel it when you see him on camera.
I think Tobo outplayed him in this series, really. Like, Sharp, he was doing some weird movements with his tanks. He was not sieging. He was not being careful against the Nexus first there. You know, he left his army out in the middle of the map forever on Sylphid when he was already coming back. I think Tulbo outplayed him. Simple as that. And I'm a huge Sharp fan, but I tell you, Tulbo is making some serious waves here. Sharp is considered one of the best tournament players that we have in StarCraft 1. Like, he's just really good in these situations. He doesn't give up. He finds ways back. And you could see he was kind of fighting back that game a little bit from the worst position ever.
That was kind of crazy, man. Great series. You know, but he's got another... Oh, hold on a second, guys. We're going to go to a break. Coming up next, Tulbo versus SOC. We'll be right back, everybody.
Too many times I've listened to your words, poison for the mind, and you know that it hurts. Won't let you break me down. No, you won't stop me now. No, there ain't no stopping me getting higher, oh, higher, higher. No, there ain't no stopping me getting higher, oh, higher, higher. Oh, oh, no, you
All right, everybody, this is it. The final best of 3 of the evening. What a great group this has been, by the way. A lot of drama, a lot of back and forth matches. Soma's moved on. Sharp's been knocked out. Now we've got Tobo versus SOOP.
All right. This should be a very fun match. Now, Tobo played great. Oh, that's what the tier was. He's using eye drops. Dude, you ever see Cowboy Bebop?
Oh, you know what? I actually have not.
Oh, okay.
It's something I'm not cultured.
It's called like Red or something. It's like gets your like nervous system really going. It's an eye drop. Anyways,
he's using the drugs in Looper.
Yeah. Okay, so I have to mention this, right? The biggest upset overall in this ASL, I would say, is Mini not being in ASL. Okay, is that fair, do you think?
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
sSak eliminated him from the ASL Open and the qualifiers. SOOP's Terran versus Protoss right now is godly. So I think this is going to be a hard one for Tulbo.
I agree. I think Tulbo's got a shot, but SOOP is looking like the best yet that we have had. Sitting cross-legged. Whoa.
Damn.
No way is he going to play cross-legged. Can you play StarCraft cross-legged?
Yeah. Yeah, I do sometimes.
I had a roommate in college, and he would sit in fetal position at his PC for hours, and it just blew me away.
Yeah.
There's going to be a decent number of people watching just also in fetal position, man. I can't sit cross-legged and play StarCraft.
Yeah, I only sit in fetal position after my ladder session.
Crying in the shower.
Yeah, as my wife consoles me and tells me that she doesn't value my Terran versus Protoss as my personality. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is going to be a tough one for Tulbo. SOOP is looking really good.
Yeah.
I think Tulbo's, I could be wrong, but it seems like he is a little bit exhausted from
Might
that
be.
series. Like he had some strong starts, he had some weak finishes, he did pull through, but he's going to have the full package of Protoss might here. He's going to win this.
All right, Tasteless. This is a big map. Map 2 is Jane Doe, by the way, which is really a prepper's map. So let's see how Sylphic goes.
Okay. It is Tulbo here in the bottom right and SOOP here in the center left. The map is Neo-Sylphid. And we're going to do the second plug. We always do 2 plugs in a day, guys. Consider signing up for the Patreon. We know that some of you guys have been meaning to sign up, but you just haven't bothered to do it. Consider joining us, even if you aren't in a place financially, to pay monthly and support the ASL. You can at least sign up. We get your email. You can be notified when the games go live and everything like that. But we do hope to earn your support. We love StarCraft. We think we've got a really unique corner of the internet locked down here. We can give you high quality casting of the original esport that's never going to go away. It's here forever. It's just going to get better and better. So please consider our mission.
That's right. Thank you, everyone, very much who has already signed up to the Patreon. You guys are heroes and scholars and knights and astronauts. And,
CEOs
we could not,
and doctors.
Yeah, everything good. Kindergarten teachers, not middle school teachers, but, elementary school teachers. Thank you very much, guys. It's been a blast doing ASL, and I mean you're watching it here today. Like the metagame is super different. Oh my god, he steals the gas right away. And it's a load of fun right now.
Yeah, it's been so good to be doing ASL, and it's funny. I get so excited when it's just around the corner here, that we can finally kind of get back into the meta, because you really get to see exactly how the game is operating at the highest level, which race is on top. Like Terrans are looking really good right now. A lot of them qualified. What the new trends are. Is Nexus First still going to be the go-to thing? Are Terrans going to be meching versus Zerg? I don't know. It's so fun to kind of follow this game that is going to be around in 100 years, by the way. I mean, there's all these young people watching it here in Korea. We have huge viewership for this, by the way, on YouTube. So it's like, people talk about it like it's a Korean thing. There's an insane number of people that follow this internationally as well.
There really is. There really is. It's big in China right now as well. A lot of people are watching in China.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of Chinese viewers that tune in. I mean, it's it's basically in a domestic time here for Chinese viewers. So real quick in this game. So this is a kind of like a coin flip scout build where if you find them right away, you just take the gas because there's a 1 in 2 chance you're going to find them right away. And on this map, there's always a location. Actually, I guess not always, but you know, the center left spot, it's very easy to steal the gas because the gas points to the entrance. So this is like a really fortunate opener that Tulbo got away with that you're not even generally supposed to be able to get away with, but you can sometimes pull off on 3-player maps or 3 spawn maps.
And I think it's a really good build for 3-player maps. Like, you can't even really be angry when it's 50%. When it's a 4-player map, Tasteless, be as angry as you want. That's what I say. But on a 2-player map, it makes a lot more sense. And he gets that gas off. But, you know, SOC is expanding pretty quick. I play it like you see from SOC here. Like, I think this is a really good middle of the roadway where you make the bunker really quickly. So you kind of have this center of defense up front. So you're not just going to fall apart if, like, he has zealots coming. Of course, with Tobo here, he did get the gateway reasonably quickly, but we haven't seen a zealot pop out yet. So, you know,
yeah.
And I think that's good because there was a bunker made. So, like, why would you make a zealot? And by the way, his probe has done hundreds of damage so far. His probe micro has been on point.
He is flying right now, Artosis. Like, the fact that he got the kill, it's so hard to moving shot an SCV that's like trying to run away from you with a probe. The fact that he got that off like so perfectly, very intimidating play there. So the zealot's actually going to run back. Why is this going back into the main? Oh, I see. He's going to block the entrance. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to be a quick robo. So I've been kind of, you know, I do a lot of, I stream on Twitch, you know, during the weekdays here in Korea. And I feel like I've actually improved a decent amount, which is saying something because there's definitely weeks where I'm like, am I like Benjamin Button in this game? Like, I'm just going to get worse every day I play. But I've been experimenting with these shuttle scouts that I saw in a guide that Mini did, and it's really interesting because if you go robo after Nexus first, and that's like that's the standard way to play, right? Like, going robo is not surprising. Nobody raises their eyebrows when you make a robo after a quick expand, but to shuttle scout is so strong. You just fly right in there. You'll always see exactly what they're doing, and you can actually send the shuttle along the path where they would push. So if you see a push coming out, you just send it back and go for Reaver and fight it. We'll see if he does it this time, but I just wanted to put that out there. I found this to be really good. And, you know, it's just, I don't know. In my head, it never occurs to me to scout with a shuttle, almost like it's not what it's for, right? It's there to drop and move stuff around. But it's a great way to play, and you can easily confirm exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that sounds very, very good. I actually, every time that happens, like, I start thinking, it's like, wait, is that a Reaver? No, it can't be. That's too fast.
Yeah.
Oh, he's scouting me with that. And it kind of makes me a little salty.
That's one of
I'm
the
like,
funny parts.
If you want to scout me, you're supposed to get an observer. This isn't fair.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's funny because units are made to do certain things. So sometimes when you see them in a different position, you're like, oh, yeah, I guess you could. I mean, I guess that is, even though it can't attack and it's slow, it's like you could just fly that across the map.
Yeah.
So he's not going to do it, which is totally fine. This is more of a stylistic thing. But he is going to take a quick third base. It looks like he sent the probe down here now. And, I mean, yeah, he basically went shuttle, Reaver, and I think the Observer is next along with the Nexus. And what he's going to do is he's going to send in for a really quick drop. And this drop would happen a lot faster. It happens much faster than if you were to scout with the shuttle. So he's going to go back and grab that Reaver and probably pick up the 2 Zealots, and we'll see what kind of damage he can do.
I'm not sure he'll get any real damage right now. It seems like SOC is... He's sewn up pretty tight. He's making a few missile turrets here and there. He's got a really good spread of units right now. He's got a good SimCity overall. Yeah, it doesn't feel to me like Tulbo's likely to get any damage here, but it's good to poke sometimes. You never know. Someone might miscontrol something. You pick off an extra tank or something, and it becomes very worthwhile. Just as long as you don't overcommit with the shuttle and Reaver. Like, I think that's very important. As soon as Terran gets a kill, a shuttle and Reaver, like, you feel very comfortable doing something like expanding right away.
Okay, so he's going to basically push the bunker. It's really interesting that Tobo does this every time. I really love this. And so, oh, he's going to try to push him with the tank. Ooh. Oh, no, he's going to go for the SCVs. That's crazy.
Yeah, not bad.
Normally you go for the tanks exclusively in moments like this. Can he get the other? Oh!
He lost the
That was
Reaver
pretty
there.
good. He should not have lost the Reaver there. That's too bad that got picked. He did get a nice shot into the SCVs. He killed a few tanks.
Yeah.
SOC is a very different player, by the way, than Sharp in that he has siege mode. He's ready for this, but you can still go in there with the Reaver and do some damage.
If he hadn't had that barracks there, that could have done a lot more. I was actually surprised he pushed when he saw the barracks placement, because it's like, okay, you can get the bunker.
Yeah.
But like the barracks is placed so well that you can't really do that much. It feels like you're more likely to lose more than you kill there. But I think he did okay. He did okay with it. It's just, I'm surprised that he actually even pulled the trigger after seeing that great building placement.
Yeah, so that OBS gets shot down there. And, we're going to go back into, speed shuttle. I mean, I'm sure speed's being upgraded, but it's going to be like Dragoon, shuttle, Reaver here. Got to be careful, though. Again, losing the Reavers and the shuttles is really kind of a no-no. Because you basically have to play games where, like, you're just keeping that alive and you're accumulating more observers. You're not remaking Reavers over and over again. And SOC's going to push.
Yeah, the Reavers are primarily used to slow this push as well. Like, you make them siege up and push into you, but, like, this is the first time he's trying to slow him. Well, he has enough Dragoons coming up from the bottom that he actually might just be completely fine here. Oh, God.
Oh.
Dude, he, like, didn't even really... I felt like he wasn't ready for this, and then he just stomped it anyways. But hold on, he's coming up here, and the tanks are sieged, and the barracks is actually screwing him up a lot right there.
Yeah, there's no way to A-move through this. That did buy him a decent amount of time. Are the Vultures going to get inside the main? Oh, he should plug this. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's... Oh, only 2 made it in. At least he did block one of them there, and one of these is badly hurt. Maybe he'll have a unit pop out and get lucky, but good mines laid here from SOC.
Oh, very fortunate spawn time for the Dragoons.
Yes, it really is. Okay. He dealt with that fine. He dealt with that totally fine. That was not as impactful. That could have been, too. Like, if he was just, like, a little bit later on the Dragoons, he would have lost a lot of probes there. SOC, by the way, like, he hid his 5th factory. There was an observer that scouted 4 factories. No one attacks off 4 factories. Like, 4 factories is a great way to take a quick third. So I think that might have thrown Tobo off a little bit as well, because there was, like, an extra factory at the natural. It's like something Terrans do to each other in Terran versus Terran to hide the factory count, like, what they're actually doing. And now he's on 6 factories. Is he going to attack again?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I almost wonder if when he killed the tank, he sort of had an impromptu attack set up to hit here. Okay, whoa, shuttle speed just finished when they clicked on that shuttle there. So he's going to have some really nice attacks in here. When you see people powering on these your 2 factories, a lot of times they don't have the proper investment in their own infrastructure in like to deal with harass, because they're not really focused on later games. So sometimes like Reaver drops that hit the SCVs and kill stuff over there, it can be really strong.
There's only a single missile turret in here right now. So this might actually be killer. Look where he puts the Reaver to a perfect spot. Oh my God. Oh my
13.
God. 16 SCV kills.
16.
Insane. He's killed 17 SCVs with this Reaver. SOC's push has to win the game, and it's not going to. Look at how many speed zealots he has. He actually has legs done this time, and he is going to crush this push. Dude, Tobo. Oh my God, is he going to fix the ASL for us?
Yeah, we're getting that golden ratio, man. This Terran is going down. I mean, he killed off so many workers there, and now he's going to plow through this area here. That's a lot of vultures. He might want to think twice.
That's where you turn around for sure. But he picks off several tanks. Tobo on 4 base against 2 base now. Huge advantage there. He just needs to field a giant army. That's it. That's like his job right now, is make sure you have a big enough army to stop the next push. You killed a ton of SCVs. Ooh, this is a great catch from SOC,
This is pretty wild. He's going to kill literally a probe. He goes in and he goes out. Just kills everything. Goodbye. That's the kind of play that you need to see from SOC for him to stay in this game. I love it.
All right, the Vulture's still rotating around a little bit, laid a few mines out on the map. It looks like he is getting ready for that additional base. SOC moving out again. I can't believe he's moving out. Like, the amount of zealots that Tulbo has, I just can't imagine an attack ever working at this point. You know, like I was talking about before, like if there's zealot legs, the push shouldn't work. Like sometimes it will, but that's kind of the decider where it's like, yeah, he's going to be able to engage on you wherever he wants.
Okay, well, he's going for it, man. I think that Tulbo can smash us, but let's see.
That is a lot of
look at those zealots from the bottom. He's got Storm available here. Some of these zealots, it's going to be like a 360 surround. This is a little over the top here. Yeah, this game is over, and I think SOOP is going to be tapping out, man. I mean, I don't think there's any future.
There's no future.
Our Terran player in this game.
No, he's super, super dead. He's playing against a 4-base Tulbo that has so many units. Tulbo's up like 40 supply right now. The thing is, if SOOP had a 3rd base up in mining, I'd be like, all right, I mean, maybe. You never know. But
yeah.
From here, you know, he's harassing. He's trying his best. He's at ASL, right? Like, he needs to win 2 games to move on to the round of 8, which would be huge for SOOP at this stage of his career. So he's going to stay in this game and try his best, and he's getting some decent harassment. But he's lost, like, 3 pushes. I honestly, Tastosis, I don't even understand. Like, the first push fails, and you're like, all right, that's rough. But what if I remake my tanks and go again? It's like, well, won't he remake all his units, and doesn't he have more production than you, and didn't he finish that with more units than you, so shouldn't he always hold that? And then he does it like 3 times, and I'm like, I don't know. I honestly don't understand when I see people play like this.
He was pushing like he was trying to get the baby out, man. Just over and over. It did not happen.
Yeah. You got to let the baby come on its own. That's the trick to Terran. You can't force attack timings. You must allow the baby to come.
Come out. You got to take the carriers and the baby comes out right away.
Yeah. Well, that's an emergency C-section push is what that is.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, look, I agree. I mean, it's weird because, you know, in any of these matchups where you have to push, like PvZ's like this too, right? Like if you just like, they kill like 4 of your Templars like right at the start before your push even happens, you're like, well, I don't know. I guess I have to try to make this work, but Zerg's just going to have 1 million units and I'm, you know, this isn't going to look pretty.
No. And it did
I
not.
love the double shuttle. You have one full of zealots, the other one with Reavers in there, and you just let the zealots kill the turrets, let the Reavers kill the SCVs. Well, never mind. He's not going to send it in there. He's going to turn around.
Oh, that's funny.
I think it would be a great move to send it in.
It would be because, again, he has 1 turret. Like last time he had 1 turret against 1 shuttle and lost 17 SCVs. Now it's going to be 2 shuttles and he has 1 turret. Do you think the 1 turret will do better or worse this time? It's like he's not really defending because he keeps attacking and like losing so many units. Now, that being said, he's got a reasonable supply. You know, when you see Terran hit around 140, you're like, okay, that's hard to kill. You know, especially if they've lost some SCVs. Like, we could probably say this is closer to a 160 supply army for Terran. It's just, he can't really replace it.
Oh, Storm Drop. Okay. I had just decided this had to be Reavers here. Not bad. Probably should morph that into an Archon. Oh, there's even more Tastosis.
Oh, that's the best type right there, where you fly through and the SCVs ran up there and you get the extra juicy Storm.
Yeah.
And Terran just missed it with their eyes and was like, oh, damn, I have no workers left. Tulbo here maxed out. Oh, looking so good today, Tasteless.
Yeah, and he's going to come in here pretty methodically, just try to clear out what mines he can. And probably wind up for another huge attack. I mean, he's got a lot. By the way, this style of play, like this is what I do now when I play. I love it. Just speed shuttle with Templars. You have the Reaver tech if you need it. But, you know, you're storming. Because when Terran, you know, gets in games like this, they tend to bunch up the tanks and the vultures. And just the ability to be able to blast these, like, clusters of units is so satisfying. And, you know, it trades really nicely over time, right? You kind of, you do the damage you can because you're going to encounter some chunkiness of units. And then, you know, in this case, he's just probably going to go all the way. I think these are going to go all the way to the factories in the main Artosis. This
I
game
think
is
so.
done.
I think you're right about that.
Wow. I'm excited for Tulbo. I mean, he's really playing well.
He is.
It's funny because I definitely, in my mind, kind of assumed this guy was going to go out first.
Dude.
And yeah, I mean, I guess he has dry eyes. He's been using a lot of eye drops, but it seems like they're, you know, by the end of the game, it's like tears running down his eyes. Or he might have an eye infection or something too. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he might. He definitely could. Wow. Dude, I can't believe that Tulbo's one game from the round of 8. He's a player where if he, like, he makes ASL sometimes, and he always goes out round of 24. And the fact that he's sitting here on the precipice of a round of 8, one game away, we're going to Jane Doe next. Jane Doe. I personally kind of like it, Terran versus Protoss, but it's the most carrier map maybe ever made. It's just like Terran can do a really strong push before you get critical mass of carriers here. So I don't know. Like, Tobo might be able to just close this out now. And if he goes that round of 8, I don't even know what to say. Like, that's amazing.
Jane Doe, man. Let's do this. And look, if it doesn't work out on Jane Doe, that's fine. We go to knockout. A fitting map if we do get to a map 3 here. And what's been, by the way, an insane day so far. We're almost to hour 4.
Oh, my God.
Great day, man. Round of 16, really. I mean, we get some StarCraft value out of this. A lot of games. Tulbo, excuse me, Tulbo, I mean, dude, if he gets round of 8 is crazy. Round of 8 is really on another level. I mean, being an ASL player is one thing. Being an ASL round of 8 in this game?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
huge.
Crazy. There's so many good players. I mean, Tulbo is about to make history if he can do it here. So we've got Tulbo in the left, and we've got SOC here on the right. I did notice the lights are dimmed in the studio. I'm wondering if that was also related to his eyes here.
Might be.
I know that one of the things they do allow at the studio is if players complain about the lights, they usually turn them off after the game starts, which is why sometimes the players look lit up when you see them before the game, and then they kind of look almost like they're in kind of a dim room afterwards.
Do you like to play in a darker room or a lighter room?
Oh, I guess I haven't really thought about it. So I have a second PC that's in my living room.
Yeah.
That I have like 2 monitors there, and I mostly do emails or like watch YouTube videos.
Yeah.
It was stuff like that. So I don't really play on there. I play in my streaming room, which is always dark, and I use the stream, like the lighting. It's the same place I'm casting from right now.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like I'm just used to that now because that's where I have been playing.
Yes.
You know? I would definitely say when I played when I was younger, I just play like in a lit up room. You could like set up my PC in a grocery store, like, put the lights in there, and I'm like, yeah, this is fine. Oh, great. White lighting, all my acne and all my builds. I can see everything now.
That's funny.
Now I like it dark. When I go to a PC cafe, I like it dark as well. I've actually walked out of PC cafes if I walk into them and it's like too well lit. I prefer kind of like a cave like experience. What about you, Artosis?
I'm actually exactly like you, where I just always play with like my bright lights on for the stream, so I'm just used to that now. But I think before I liked it to be a bit darker. There's something cozy about playing when it's dark. It like reminds me of my teenage years playing all night long when I should have been sleeping.
Yeah. I definitely had nights where like my mom would open the door and I'd be like, you know, I have class the next day, like I have to go to like school, and it's like I have to like turn off my monitor and like sit in the dark quietly, and she's like saying my name, and then she's like, okay, she's gone, and then like I turn the monitor back on and I see that my shuttle's flown into turrets. I'm like lost my reaver, and I'm like, all right.
Yes, we all have those memories.
I can play I can play in a dark room as long as I can still see the keyboard. Even though I don't look at the keyboard that much, I find if I can't glance down and just like see fairly easily, that bothers me.
I could see that.
But yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's probably better to play in a dark room. Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's doing this build?
Yeah, he's proxy gating DT here, which is pretty wild.
This is like this is actually a very, very old build that people kind of don't do because it's very easy to kind of, not that you know that this is coming, but Terran generally knows something's coming. But kind of a smart move on Jane Doe. There's something to the fact that you're doing, because, you know, Jane Doe, there's so many other ideas at play that, you know, while a Terran's trying to orient themselves and maybe not able to scout that there's an expansion here, you could just get totally killed by DTs here.
Yeah, I actually think I know which DT build.
Gates.
Yeah, I think I know which one this is. Do you see how his supply is only at 14? There's a probe cut DT build that came out about a year and a half ago, where even if you go add-on before vultures, the DTs are there before mines are done. It's like the fastest. You have to know it's coming. So this could be really tricky. Like, we'll see. He might go scout it. We don't know. But no, I guess the vulture's not going to check the side there. Well, that's not good. And
Does
I don't
this get out though. Can't he just get his DTs trapped in here? Am
Well,
I seeing this incorrectly?
That would literally be the most Tulbo way to lose ever. Is if he placed his buildings wrong and they get stuck. That would be hilarious and sad at the same time.
Well, I think at least one will get out, but I'm worried about that gateway above the other one. Now, right now, Terran's going, something stinks.
Yes.
Something
he should have an
stinks
eBay
here.
making.
This is not.
And
I don't know. Doesn't that look like the top gateway is going to trap the DT in there?
No, I think there's room there. I'm afraid it might pop out below between the gateway and that weird Protoss building.
Maybe you're right because
that's where I think a DT might get stuck.
No. I think you are right because gateway on top.
Oh my God, you were right. You were right. That's, dude. Like, that is one of the worst mistakes you can make.
This is a nightmare. He's one game away from the round of 8 and this happened. I can't believe that did he not practice the placement? That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
And he's going Wraiths?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though. You can repair these depots. You have enough surface area, you can repair through the DT attack.
Well,
he needs to get his SCVs down so fast. Oh my God, Tasteless. Oh my God, Tasteless. This is insane. Is Tobo just about to win the game?
Oh my God.
He is. He's just going to win.
Dude, is he just win the game?
This is crazy. DT.
Is he going to win the ASL? Are we all going to be speaking Tulbo in a year?
Yes. That's what I want. All right, Wraiths are going across the map. He is getting Cloak. Oh my God, he has to cancel that.
Oh my God, this game is so done.
It really looks that way. But Tasteless, if he gets enough Wraiths that he can kill a Dragoon, like 4 Wraiths with Cloak here, stops all the mining. Is there a world in which we get a victory from SOC because he can kill everything with the Wraiths?
What is going on here?
So the DTs can force nothing to be on the ground. Okay, that's definitely true. If there is an SCV on the map, what you could do is kill the Nexus and all the probes, and then build a turret at a random base and float your command center there and bring your Wraiths over. That's how you win this game as SOC. But there might be enough DT. Well, he could build like 2 turrets, right? You have to build enough that they can't just power them down while being shot at.
And there's no way to make a Nexus, right?
Yeah, he has no money. He has no money, so it comes down right now to... Yeah, he's running his SCVs away. But the thing is, he has 2 command centers, so he can, like, float them to different locations and stuff. Okay, you have to kill this Dragoon. When you cloak, you just simply have to kill. I actually think SOC wins this. Because
I think you're
you
right.
can kill
But
all the
hold on a
buildings, and you
second.
can just float a building away that can't be hit. Yeah.
But how can he make a turret? Oh, right. He could just go back over there. Oh, my God. So if he gets 1 turret up, he needs to send these SCVs all the way back.
Yep. So you kill the Nexus here, and you bring the Wraiths back to guard the turret. Oh, he just canceled the turret. Okay. Maybe to make another Wraith. The thing is, the Wraiths can kill everything. He's got 1 photon cannon in the bottom right, and 4 Wraiths will kill a photon cannon.
What an insane game.
This is wild. Oh, a second photon
2
cannon!
cannons.
That's crazy. We could have a draw. I think there's been in
Have we ever
professional
had a draw in
StarCraft.
ASL? I think we
not
have
in
not.
ASL. Not in ASL.
We've had it in GSL.
Yep. StarCraft 2 actually has a draw timer. Draws in StarCraft 1 are almost... Like, I've had maybe 10 draws in my life from tens of thousands of games. In professional play, I recall there was a PvP that was a draw once. I believe there was one more game that was a draw once, but I'm not sure. in like actual official pro matches.
I don't even know how we're gonna know if it's a draw. Like we.
Yeah. So well,
what are the rules for a draw? Is it just you just play again, or does it count as a?
I think
a win for both.
No, I think you play again. You can't lose on a draw. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay, SOC has almost nothing left. So oh no, you have to finish that. You have to do some fancy micro and kill that. Oh, look at this. He's mining and he's got double turret. Yeah. This is you need to do that. You need to do that. Now bring those over to your turret. Okay, SOC wins.
Yeah,
he has like he has a vulture here and 5 wraiths. Even if you bring every DT in at the same time, there's 2 missile turrets, so you're not going to be able to get both of them.
I mean, what a crazy situation, because you never see double port wraith either.
Yeah.
Like you just don't see these 2 builds ever interact. I mean, both these guys are playing really intelligently. I think Tobo's realized like this isn't good. He's looking with his DTs. He's trying to figure out, okay, where is he? Force a draw if I can. I think SOC knows he's basically won the game.
Yeah.
And I think we might even see him leave here when he sees, when he sees that. Look at the placement, dude. The turret, and I'm sorry, the vulture behind the turret, the starports, and the factory. Look at how gorgeous is that?
Yeah, no, he's doing it just perfectly. Really smart play. You can also float over the turret, and they won't auto aggro it.
Repair that. Repair that with everything you've got, man. Oh, God. He can't get it through.
Oh.
Okay, hold on a second.
That's good. But he'll never get the second one. One DT is really badly hurt. And look, he blocks it. So smart. If you float something over it, they can't target it during it. They have to walk out of vision, then target it under Fog of War. So that's another good trick.
That would be one way to do it. GG. Dude, I love that game.
That was crazy.
That was a special game. That was so cool.
I was certain Tulbo was going to the round of 8. I think he was too. When he broke in, he's like, easy. That was crazy.
Well, the crazy thing is he I mean, normally if you played like factory game, what you'd be doing is trying to run up and like just hit the mines that are being planted or kill the SCV that's making the turret. It's a pretty easy win, honestly.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened, man.
No.
And dude, I mean, he had his 2 DTs stuck. They were stuck. They were trapped.
Yes.
In that spot.
That slowed him down enough that became a victory. Like,
I think my camera just died, Tastosis, and we're gonna be on. I'm gonna try to get this on here again. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Yeah, your little brainlet thing. Elgato. Okay. But look, the the fact that he got those stuck probably cost him the game. If he doesn't go to round of 8, you're back, Tasteless. If he doesn't go to round of 8, that might be wise because that gateway blocked him. Like,
yeah,
because that slowed. Like, he barely didn't do it. You saw SOC bring all his SCVs to repair the add-on because he actually recognized so quickly that he needed Cloak to win the game, which is crazy to look at that and be like, yeah, to win this game, I need Cloak. It's like, wait, you need Cloak, but your Cloak runs out. Unlike the DT Cloak, don't you need Detection to win this game, SOC? He's like, no, I need Cloak because he has to be able to kill Dragoons with Wraiths, and like you're not going to do that without Cloak, basically. So, fantastic game. We saw SOC instantly get out of his chair. I think he went to the bathroom, maybe splashed some water on his face. Maybe scream into a pillow. That's probably what I would do. I don't know, man. I don't know how game 3 is going to go.
That was insane. I love that game. That's one of those games you'll remember years and years from now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
great game.
Fantastic game. We're going into the final game, guys. This is it. What a day it's been. Tobo versus SOC. The winner goes on to the round of 8, guys. Let's see who it is. Okay, so we've got Tulbo here in the bottom left, SOC here in the top left, in what has been a really memorable day of games. The games have been great today.
They have. Really, really fun games. And as you said, this is a fitting map name. One of these players is going to be knocked out. One of them going to a round of 8. which is not normal for these guys. SOC has been there before. Season 1, I think that's the only time. Maybe I'm missing one in the very early seasons that he also made it again, but other than that, like, yeah, Tulbo's never been out of the round of 24, and he's so close right now.
Tobo, by the way, you know, we've got to see a lot of his PVTs here. He does like these early pokes. Whether there's siege mode or not, like, he does seem to kind of gear up, and it's almost like a skill check, or you could even call it like an honesty check.
Yeah.
But just running in there, taking some shots right at the Terran's entrance, and seeing what he can trade off with. We'll see if there's going to be something like that again here. By the way, I mean, I don't know if the DTs getting out a little bit faster would have changed the way that game worked. Maybe they would have been able to deny cloak or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, is if they hadn't had to kill the gateway. Like, think of how many hit points a gateway is. He would have had so much more time, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it
what's weird is, like,
yeah.
You know, one thing you can rehearse perfectly is building placement.
True.
Like, how did he get into... Did he only try that with one gateway, and then maybe he thought, you know what, let's just do 2, because, like, 2 is, like, the ultimate, you know, snowball the game with cheese style of play.
Wow. So, here on Knockout, Nexus first, and he's going to scout SOC first. So, really good situation here for Tulbo. And this SCV might even stay because the probe is coming so early. Nope, keeps going. But that's something you have to kind of think about and watch out for a little bit. Is if you turn around to chase the probe to try to keep your economy more on track so you don't have to chase it with another one, then you might not scout this. And based on that pylon, I bet you this is a forge.
Yeah, usually if there's a pylon at the entrance, it's going to be the forge play. And this one, you get usually up to 3 zealots. This is a good build. It does have some weaknesses, specifically if they just go for, like, immediate siege mode and send, like, I don't know, like 6 Marines or something like that. I don't know what the number is. Uh-oh. Hold on. We've got a bunker here. By the way, the rush distance here is really short.
Yeah.
On this map, if you're both sharing the left, like, it's crazy. So, like, you got to be really careful here. Yeah. The idea a lot of times is to just kill probes. It's kind of like you see a lot of these almost half-hearted Marine SCV rushes with a bunker against Zerg. It's kind of the same idea. So he throws the cannon down. Now, I think the add-on's making on the factory, right? No,
he's not even making Marines. Like, that was a fake.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And he got a probe, and he made some lost mining time. So that was good, you know? And honestly, like, the tank pushes against this haven't been working well recently. The last person I saw take this down with the tank push at the pro level, I saw Flash do it once, and he barely did. He brought, like, 7 SCVs to repair. And it was, like, by the skin of his teeth, man, it was so close to not working. And it feels to me like everyone else has just started to skip trying to push that and just going mines and, like, maybe a third base, something like that, right? Because it's really, really hard to push these down now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it feels like some of these kind of attacks you see, like, they start to get kind of mapped out. You know, like, all you have to do is kill 1 or 2 tanks, and you hold that push. It's like you can bring almost all your probes and you know what I mean? Bring everything that you've got. All you got to do is kill that. He's going to go for a starport, which I'm not too shocked by. When you see the way that Protoss sets the cannon up for this build, the cannon's not covering either nexus, which is kind of unusual when you think about cannon placement for most of the rest of the game and most of the other matchups. By the way, if you scout that with the Zealot like he did, you should be thinking it's a Vulture drop. When you see no tank and you see several Vultures out there, you should just assume there's a starport in space.
Well, he went for the 3-gate, which is kind of the catch-all for this build, where if they do try to push you down, you have enough units that you have real potential to break through the push. So I think he'll probably... Oh, look at that. Cannon in the main base already. Really good. If he just puts a cannon in both mineral lines and, like, stands a goon or 2 around, he should be fine. You know? He should be able to block the push without too much damage happening. Also, out of every Nexus First build, this one gives you the highest differential in probes versus SCVs. He did lose a probe during that little Marine push, but if he produced like perfectly the whole time, he should be up about 8 probes right now, which is huge. So even if he loses some, he'll still be okay.
So he's gone for 3 gate, getting range. The Robo is a little bit behind this. And yeah, we got to see what the drop is going to do. By the way, this might be dropped into like 5 factories into a push. Again, the travel distance is so short here. Not very easy for Protoss to expand either. They can try to take their mineral only and 6 o'clock. But yeah, you know, you're kind of squished here.
I could see SOC here waiting for goons to push out with an observer, where you look at it as Protoss and you're like, okay, I guess the drop's not coming. Because if he just flies right into Dragoons, right? Like, look, this is the timing Tulbo expected at, and it actually could have hit by now, right? Like, if it was like a slightly quicker one, or like the dropship's been out for long enough that it could have dropped by now, especially if it was a proxy port, and he's out of position now. This looks good for SOC.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So he's going to unload here. This is 4 vultures. He's got the cannon, which is good. The cannon means you don't have to like freak out and just run out of here immediately. And honestly, like, I think that went fine. I would be willing to give up some probes to just kind of hold that. Oh, is he going to get the dropship? Artosis.
Oh my God.
Nice.
So he got the dropship and the 4 vultures, and the vultures got 4 or 5 probes. I'm not completely clear on that. And now, like, he's already got his 3rd base on the way before 7 minutes. Dude, looks good for Tulbo right now. Really? Like, okay, 3rd command center, I think that's the right call from SOC. I don't think there's any world in which a follow-up push would work here. I think he has to kind of play like a big kind of turtley macro game. Like, well, not necessarily turtle. Like, I could see him doing a 3-base push. There might be a possibility that opens up with that. But one thing he has to do for sure is be really careful when he's pushing out to take his 3rd, because we saw what Tulbo did to Sharp when Sharp was thinking about that.
Yeah, like, where is... I mean, I guess if I had to bet, I would think that Tulbo just goes for Robo, right? And just kind of plays the game he's already played a couple times, you know, here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't think this is going to be the easiest mid-game, but it's certainly not going to be the hardest. There is maybe a world where he can come in there and deny or slow down that 3rd base. Just needs to make sure he has a cannon at the natural and the 3rd base, so he has more liberty to move around the map.
I just want to see him get some observers out and check what's going on. He feels like he's playing particularly blindly this game. Very little intel. He's kind of playing
single player.
Yeah.
You know, he's just sort of like back here clearing mines. But, you know, it's scary. When you're dealing with the vulture players, a lot of times all you got to do is just like be really like tight and defend everything nicely.
For sure.
And you're going to be fine. Oh, are you kidding me? 2 get through? Okay. You know, even these little vultures, you know, over time... You know, that's a lot of vultures you don't have to defend or to attack with. I mean, right now, SOC is sitting on almost nothing at that 3rd base. What is it, like 2 tanks and 3 vultures or something?
Yeah, something like that. Tobo getting ready to take his 4th. This is really good timing for the 4th base. The observer is spotting that he's taking his 3rd right now. And, like, yeah, I think... Well, I guess we'll just see where SOC goes from this, but that's a mineral-only base. So your options are, okay, I want to play a much longer game. You take a 4th base, maybe you get your science facility and get your upgrades going. Or you go 8 or 9 factories and just try to kill Tulbo. Okay, there's a science facility, and so, like, that really would eat into a full-sized army here on 3 bases since you only have 2 gas. I think he'll take a 4th base and just play, like, a really big game here.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Tulbo, by the way, I mean, I assume shuttle speed's coming here, and I assume we're going to have the Templar Archive. So he's just going to go with the tech he's already been using a lot of. And, you know, I mean, Tulbo's played a very clean game. He has not really macroed up that much. I feel like his supply could be a little bit higher here. He has definitely taken some lumps with the vultures coming in there and hitting. By the way, I think it is going to be like a whole bunch of factories in a push here from SAC.
Maybe. Like, I think you have to go to at least 7 just to hold on. But like, let's see if he goes up, because he's spending on 2-1 right now, right? Like, or he's about to. Yeah, there's the 4th command center. The thing is, when you have like, when you're trying to do a 3-base push these days, you really want to do it with 3 add-ons, and you can't afford that and 2-1 with only 2 gases. Like, you really need a 3rd gas for that. So, yeah, it makes sense that he's making his 4th command center. And, like, this will give him a gigantic macro push. Like, really, really strong army. And Tobo has had a little bit of trouble against that. I feel like Tobo has done really good in the range of tearing up to about 140 supply. And after that, he's having worse and worse engagements, which isn't, like, not normal. You know what I mean? Like, it gets harder and harder to engage Terran the more supply they have.
So, you know, this is going into, you know, a real development game here. He's just going to be taking his 5th. By the way, this is something I kind of find funny characteristically about Tulbo, and we've had enough games here where we really got to kind of see what his PvT looks like. He always takes the natural and not the main.
Maybe to stop like vulture run buys or something like that. I generally find it stronger for Protoss to take the main, but
whenever I see that happening, usually it's like I feel like the main feels too far away and I feel like I'm spread too thin. I'm wondering if that's what's happening with him here.
Could be.
Or if there's like, you know, some other idea at play. Because I think that the main is so much better because it's just harder to push. It's just too hard to push up a ramp, especially when you have like gateways, or you even put like 1 cannon over there. Oh, hold on.
Oh, he has no defense.
There's literally not even a turret up here. This is insane.
Oh, God.
What?
Oh, at least he has double Wraith here, so he will be able to pick off those shuttles. Siege Tanks and Vultures coming up. Okay, so he will clean this, but good quality drop from Tulbo. Definitely found an area that was undefended.
Yeah. You know, a lot of times when you do those drops, you'll go for the SCVs, but really it's like the Vultures come up there and you can kind of shoot them down and then just take out a tank. And, you know, this really forces the Terran to kind of go back and clean up their main. And it makes taking the other 5th base really comfortable.
Well, it's going to be 5 base against 4. Oh, a vessel in the middle of nowhere. I think that was set on a rally, maybe. Like, was that set?
It might have been from when the dropship was out.
Yeah, but did he just grab the race when they were going down there? That's, like, really weird. But that is a terrible loss. A vessel right now on only 2 gas, that's really expensive. And the vessel is, like, when you start getting vessels, they're important as Terran. Like, you really want to get your value out of those things. So that was definitely a big mistake. Now, Tobo going to push towards this base. A couple Wraiths waiting there for him. Feels like he probably has enough to hold on.
Oh my God, those storms are completely out of this world. Oh, that was so good. Dude, I think Tulbo might be going on. I think Tulbo
looks good
might be
right
our
now.
guy. I gotta admit, I've kind of become a Tulbo fan here.
Who hasn't?
I was kind of ambivalent, you know, about this guy. You know, now that I've been watching him play and I've been seeing these games happen, I mean, this is crazy. This group is so strong, and he might actually be the guy that gets out.
It's so wild in such a Terran-heavy season and everything to have, like, Tobo kind of come out of nowhere. Mini and Stork didn't even make it in ASL this time. In fact, Mini was eliminated twice by SOC, who right now Tobo is on the brink of beating. Now, the game is not over, right? Like, it looks really good for Tobo right now, but SOC is getting good upgrades. That's one thing that Sharp didn't have in those games. SOC has a 4th base. That's another thing Sharp didn't have. And I feel like when Terran can stabilize some of these positions, Tobo has a harder time. So maybe still some chances here for SOC.
Okay, he's coming in now. And this is a lot of damage. Actually, you know what? I mean, Tulbo's kind of fumbling here.
A little bit.
You got to be careful. When you get that damage off, you got to make sure that you're not overextending. Take out exactly what you can get away with and then recover. Go back macro. Make sure you've got, like, probes at your bases. He really, by the way, to kind of cement where this game needs to be, he needs to get, like, you know, 8 gateways in the main down here that we're looking at.
Yeah. 2-1 upgrades done for SOC here. Tobo on 1-0. Getting that bottom right main base.
By the way, there's pretty much no other base that SOC can easily take. He could try the 9 o'clock base, but that's going to be a pretty tough one to pull off.
That might be
Okay, we've got
the best
more-
idea though. Like if he just pushes
Yeah.
south and like tries to cut off the main and hit that third base on the high ground, like I could see that being his point of attack, and like maybe his fifth base that could help him forward. But taking the right hand side is going to be pretty rough.
Well, now what? I mean, where the vultures are going to come down here. This is enough vultures you can actually just kill the cannons and then actually kill all the probes. The cannons don't need to be respected. I do feel like a lot of times you want like 4 cannons minimum at some of these newer bases here, or you do just get abused by vultures. And man, Tobo's been doing a great job, but it's this kind of shakiness that we see in the late game that makes me like a little bit worried.
Yeah.
Like right now, sSak has done so much damage. Tobo's going to be making probes again for like the next 3 minutes or more. Another big drop over here.
Well,
I love the storms.
Yeah. The tanks were really, really clumped up there, and he had like no missile turrets, maybe one on the side. But sSak's army is really, really big. Tobo probably should pull back here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get that command center. No, do not. Oh, gets the vessel. That's a really good pickoff before running away. Thing is, he's lost so many probes. His bank is not as big as it should be right now. That definitely makes me a little bit worried because sSak is probably getting 3-2 at the moment. He'll reland that command center, right? Like he's going to lay some mines up here. Maybe he can even take this as a new base now. He's really kind of boxed Tobo back a little bit. Like Tobo doesn't really have good map control or anything.
No, Tobo seems like he's been trying to both end the game and squeeze the bottom right bases in, and I think he needed to like basically stop and just devote like 30 seconds to like making everything he needed in the bottom right and getting all the cannons there.
Yeah.
So sSak's gonna push out. I think you're right about the 3-2. I feel like that's so close, right?
Probably.
I feel like we need to click on the mech again here and just check because it's got to be like. Okay, he's still on 2-1. But yeah, I mean, 3-2 is coming. sSak's not going to be late on getting that.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's like the strongest
By the way, I think
thing.
Tulbo's he's doing the right thing by not attacking. I guess now he could because he's maxed out. But again, I think he needs some gateways here, man. He needs to basically keep making probes, get the gates up, and he needs to set the game up so that he's going to have an easy ride. He was basically taking too many like skirmishes and like storming like tanks and drops and running zealots in. When it's like, dude, go back and build the infrastructure that's going to let this game come to you. He's going to fly through here again. Now, he could get some storm drops off. This could be really big. But remember that Terran has already basically made their army. So sometimes you'll see like storm drops that look like it's going to be fatal for the Terran, and then the Terran pushes across the map and kills the Protoss. And I'm saying that, but now I don't even see the drop happening yet.
No, he's waiting. I think he's going to maybe run in during this attack. That would kind of make sense, but I don't know if he's got the wherewithal to get that done right now. The amount of vultures here just tanking for the tanks, plus the D-Matrix. Oh, my God. sSak is just massacring this army. And even with decent size storms, it's just so Terran favored there.
You need to have the Templars hitting when the army comes in. That seemed like a bit of an afterthought, and this probably should have happened earlier. I think SOC's going to win this, by the way.
It's looking that way towards me, too.
Yeah. Nice storms here. Again, it takes sometimes up to 2 storms to kill SCVs because they have so many hit points. And SOC's going to push. I think this push could kill him. If this push does not kill him, if he gets some miracle storms off, and he's definitely got some Templars, this game's going to go on.
Yeah. In fact,
But
I think it
these
becomes Tobo favored if he can kill all these tanks. Because sSak is like, he's not mining from his 4th base anymore. But, God, he got some great storms. It's just he doesn't have enough to actually kill the tanks.
Well, give him some time. I mean, there's a real chance that, like, between these storms, remember that, like, Protoss actually does have the bottom right. Like, these bases are going to go down. You can just take these probes and just send them elsewhere. And he's still storm dropping. Like, I would not be surprised if sSak has, like, 25 SCVs or less here. Like, I think almost all the SCVs we have, we just saw, on that screen over there. Okay, the cannons are up here. I'm talking about DTs, Templars over at that base on the far right. Just, you know, stuff that buys you time. DTs, people kind of forget about them, I think, a lot of times when you get a game that's gone on for long enough, right? Because they're sort of used for like drops or for cheeses like we saw in game 2. But like a lot of times just having like 1 or 2 DTs and they don't scan in time.
It's so hard. Your attention is everywhere in a game like this. It's really hard to micromanage anything. So yeah, DTs at those extra bases are like always a pain in the butt. I always try to send a vessel with those attacks because of that.
Yeah. Well, this one vessel might be picked off, by the way, on the way over here. In fact, it's going to be, I think it's like 1 shot away from being killed.
Dude.
He's going to have there might be Zealots in here or Templars.
Tulbo's about to drop 12 o'clock again, by the way. I see a speed shuttle going up there. Look at these storm drops on the tanks. Ooh. I don't know what happened up at 12. Something happened up at 12. We're not going to show.
The Observer's not going to check. Oh my God, the Nexuses are still here too. How funny.
Oh my God, but he's like not mining down at 6. His first 3 bases are empty. So little going on SOC's side as well. He's about to run out of that base, but he took this. This is his 5th base. So if you have 3-2 upgrades, all you need is 2 mining bases, and you're in it.
Yeah, I mean, I love the storm drops.
Oh my God.
He's going to do another one. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's like, those all somehow lived.
They are low though. And he actually has Kadir and Amulet, so he can do another one. Doesn't get it though.
Okay, so he's basically transferred probes everywhere. He's getting that Nexus. He needs to just max out. You can tell how chaotic this is, by the way, by the fact that the bottom right gateways aren't even rallied.
Yeah.
It's like the computer's playing on easy or something, and it's just like sitting down there. Nice. You take any storm you can get.
Yes.
You see a vulture, you storm that.
Who do you
Terran
think wins from here, Tasteless?
I think so. You know, I'm basically I go wherever the wind blows, Artosis. I was saying SOC's got this. I've abandoned him. I have seesawed so many times. Now I think that that Tulbo can take this.
I think so.
But Tulbo basically, this is a sub 100 supply Terran. He just needs to break this mineral only base. If he doesn't, I think SOC's going to be able to defend from these storm drops.
By the way, the sub 100 supply, it's mostly SCVs missing. I think this is like a 150 army, maybe. Like he has more army units than you would think, like for sure.
Well, I mean, he's continuing to storm here. I mean, this is a lot, dude. There's a lot of Zealots coming up here. This position's going to fall.
Oh my God, Tasteless, it's happening. Is Tobo just going to kill off everybody in this group?
Yeah.
Is he going to have his first round of 8?
And you can see, oh, that's crazy.
Oh my God.
A legend, man. Absolute legend.
In the making.
I mean, dude, he played great. And he had moments where it looked like he wasn't going to make it. He had to kind of like pull it together. He was, wavering at times in the game. But he did it. He came out and he's actually won. And that's crazy. I mean, people that would try to predict these outcomes, I don't think you would ever, be betting that Tulbo gets out second here.
No.
In a group like this. I mean, this is just insane. Sharp and SOC are out because Tulbo has smashed them, giving us, and by the way, there's hardly any Protosses this season. He's going to be the one that moves on. Huge upset for the entire group. Tulbo takes out both Sharp and SOC.
It's huge. Like he has done so well here. His dreams are coming true. This is big for him, and he's got a great personality. The guy's hilarious. Like his future in StarCraft is bright right now. It truly is. I just want to see in this replay, by the way, how many SCVs he goes down to. Because I think you're right that he drops to like 20, 25. Like he got really low on workers after some of these storm drops.
Yeah, the storm drops saved the day here. It's funny. This is why, by the way, like just taking the main and the far right is so important. Is because it basically allows you to just to have a moment where like the Terran, it's too hard for them to push. They have to push from the furthest location on the map. They start at the top left corner and they're pushing all the way to the bottom right.
35.
So he was on 35 SCVs here. So really not a lot. You know, that's like what you have like right as you're, you know, fast expanding as Terran.
You have 35
You know.
SCVs at like 5 minutes 30 seconds or so, maybe 6 minutes
Yeah.
latest.
Yeah. Okay. Interview.
ASL Season21
And that does it for Group A of the round of 16 here at ASL Season 21. And after a long battle, we have a player moving through to the round of 8. He's standing next to me. It's his first ever quarterfinals. Let's talk to Tobo. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you.
와,
Wow.
쉽지 않은 하루였던
This
것
was not an
같습니다,
easy
윤철
day
선수.
for you, was it, Tobo?
결국에는 첫
But in the
16강
end,
무대에서
On this, your very first round of 16, you also make the round of 8 for the very first time in your life. I think it's only fitting for you to give yourself some praise. How are you feeling?
제 배가 좀 벌렁벌렁하거든요. 같은
My tummy is rumbling alongside my heart. Oh, this doesn't feel real to me.
사실 박성현 선수와의 경기에서
It seemed like you came prepared with a strategic build against Soma. But after a quick defeat, you must have been shaken mentally. How did you steel yourself again before playing the losers match against Sharp? So against Soma, I played the 9-gate all-in that I had prepared. I thought I had won. But then suddenly I made one unspeakable mistake. I lost that one and then I was outside chain smoking and reproaching myself. The losers match against Sharp went the distance. It made me feel that perhaps that's what let you get into the groove of playing versus Terran. And so that's why in the decider match against SSak, your movements were just more solid. What do you think? Oh, that's not it. Yesterday, recently, when I practiced for 2 days, I played with really good players. And to be honest, my results were not that bad in practice. I actually felt confident. Oh, so that's why in the first set your positioning when you fought in the center of the map was so good. You scored a quick win, and then you went for a quick Dark Templar build in the second set. You must have thought it's all falling into place, but then your DT got stuck. What was going through your head then? It was an on-the-spot decision to try and go for it, since I thought SSak would try a quick Academy or Starport play. As I put down the pylon, I was like, wait, is it? No, it can't be. And then he got stuck. And I was, not this again. Still, I'm really lucky to advance. I bet you can't look back on that and breathe a sigh of relief with a smile on your face given the result. And then in the third set, it's not like you did not find yourself in nerve-wracking situations. Especially that time you lost most of your army in the center of the map. I bet you must have felt it in your chest. All throughout that last set against SSak, I knew I was ahead. But I gotta end it, I kept thinking. And for no reason at all, I just went for this pointless fight. And after that, I started worrying that I might have actually thrown the game. Still, you did not lose focus, and with composure, it is you, Tobo, who emerges victorious in this bout. When I asked you how the atmosphere feels on this, your very first ever round of 16, you were very bold in saying it doesn't feel much different from the round of 24. And with the performance you showed today, you've definitely become another player to look forward to in the quarterfinals. What are your expectations going into this round of 8? Honestly, this season, whenever I went for these build order wins, I just ended up losing. There's more merit to the victories I got playing macro. Yeah, I bet. And in the round of 8, this will be a best of 5 fight to the death, and this will also be the very first extended series you have ever played in the ASL. I bet you're excited. I'll prepare a full plan of action for this best of 5. Despite this late hour, many people both here and online have been cheering you on and watching these games in excitement. Please take this chance to address the fans and your colleagues.
처음 올라왔기 때문에
Let me be frank in saying that,
결말이 좀 좋지 않을
given
것
this was my
같아서
first round of 16, I thought it would end in disaster.
그래도 송이 혼자만
So I asked my
가져가지고
friends not to come. I'm still thankful to this one friend who showed up on her lonesome
방태수
and for helping me practice BTS, Hero.
때문에 진것 같고
I think I actually lost because of BTS. But
지성이
Barracks, Royal,
성균이 형
Mind,
유영진
네.
Rush.
4명 말했나요?
Did I mention 4?
그럼
3?
유영진,
I think
황지영
4. Rush, Barracks, Mind, Royal.
이 사람들이
Like
좀
this.
자신감을 좀 심어줘가지고
These 4 gave me the confidence I needed and I was able to win. Once more, congratulations on this wonderful result. We'll see you in the round of 8. Congratulations on advancing. Thank you.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘의 두 번째 8강 진출.
We've just heard from Tobo, our second player moving on to the round of 8 today. Let's throw it back to the commentators for a summary of today's results.
What a evening, man.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, how in the world did Tulbo get out? That is so exciting. I mean, you know, sometimes you get these groups and it's like 3 strong players and one guy's kind of the jobber.
Yeah.
You think, okay, well, you know, Tulbo, good luck, but we all know, you know, probably where you're going to end up. Well, he proved everybody wrong. He
certainly
is
did.
top 8 ASL now. That's insane, dude.
It's wild. And who knows what match he gets? Maybe he gets a match he can actually win in this next round. There's not that many players that look completely unbeatable for Tulbo, right? I think maybe you look at like the remaining Zergs and Flash, and I'm like, in Light, I don't think you're going to take those guys out. But anyone else, he has a real shot. Like, he just took out SOC and Sharp.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. His PVT is good. A lot of Terrans in this tournament here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, guys, we're going to be back with Snow, Oregon, Hero, and Rain. That is another crazy group. You know, Oregon, a little bit in the... In line with Tulbo here, kind of unexpected that he got this far, but he did play really well. But this is a monster group. 2 of the best Protosses of all time, and Hero consistently, like, almost always top 4 in ASL. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really fun cast for that.
Yeah, not enough Terrans in the group for my taste, Tasteless.
I know, sorry about that.
No TVTs tomorrow? That kind of sucks. But it's going to be a great group. Like, I mean, these are... Hero and Snow have done so well, and Rain, of course, a champion. That it seems like he's in good shape right now. So going to be a fun group.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. This was a blast. We love you guys, and we'll be back tomorrow. So in 24 hours, if you're seeing this, we'll have what I'm trying to say, our next cast will be on 24 hours. Sorry, I'm a little tired. It was a long day. Join the Patreon. Tastosis, any closing thoughts?
No, it was a long one. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.